Out to the August 9th, 2023 strategic workshop update session. We were back here in January. We set out some guidelines as to what we wanted to see for the coming years. And today's a good day to get updates on where we are, where we've come. Keep in mind that we did not adopt the strategic action plan until July. I do want to remind everybody at council and everybody else that our purpose here today as a council is for policy guidelines and setups. The town staff is those that are going to run the details of what is put before them from us. So as we go through the different initiatives that we talk about today, please keep in mind that we're not trying to drill down to what type tree we have, to what kind of curb we have, but as to a policy that council is agreeing to move forward to protect and keep our island absolutely beautiful. With that said, I want to take a moment and tell a little story. Mike DeMaria, who runs our beach program, he and his group picked up 150 tons of trash in July off of our beaches. And he posted this on LinkedIn, and I really think that needs to be spread wide. Just to let people know what our community would not look like without a great staff and people that care about what we are. So the environmental side of it is absolutely important, and I think we all owe Mike DeMaria and his group a round of applause and a great thanks for protecting our beaches, for protecting our economy, and protecting our way of life. So with that said, comments from members of council? Any comments?
Thank you, Mayor, for the opportunity. And thank you, Mark, for putting today together with all of the staff to keep us up to date and to inform us. We appreciate that. And for all the folks who have shown up today who are either listening or attendance in the room, thank you for your participation. Our government doesn't work without you, and it's critical, in my opinion, that we have you here. Thank you again. And with regard to the garbage, thank you for the hard work that we do. I think our next steps is try to make sure that our visitors know that we do not accept their 150 tons of trash on our beach. Thank you.
Agreed with that. Any other comments from council?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
I wanted to report that I received an email from a citizen constituent yesterday, and she says, I read through the strategic plan for our town and was very impressed. I applaud your work on behalf of the residents and visitors to our island. I found the whole plan and process very forward-looking. Thank you. That makes us all feel good. I appreciate compliments from citizens because we hear lots of other things. Thank you.
Yeah, the positive's always good to hear. Any other comments? All right. Seeing none, Mr. Orlando.
Yes, good morning.
Echo.
Good morning. We've last met together in January to review the strategic plan, and I want to thank council today and for your time then and your commitment for putting this plan together. What I'd like to do is just bring your attention to the binder you have in front of you, and then also note that I believe there are some strategic plans for the public, correct, Angie? Mm-hmm. Strategic plans for the public over on the side. So what I want to do is just show you what's in your binder today. We are unveiling today our very newest, latest, and greatest strategic plan. It's a hard copy book. We also have a digital book on our website, and we have a great website, actually. It's got the digital book, a dashboard to keep monthly updates. It's broken down by goals, strategies, project manager, monthly status. But for today's use and for us to distribute, there's a hard copy booklet. A big thank you to Josh and Zenos for putting that together. In your book today, you have an agenda. You have a top 15 strategic priority list. You also have an executive summary of the fiscal year 24 consolidated budget. In that budget, you'll notice that there's a lot of information and detail about the budget specific, but then there are also highlights that lay out the alignment with our strategic plan. And then last but not least, we do have a strategic plan presentation at the back of your book. So if you'd like to follow along and make some notes, we've laid that out for your use today. As we get started, I just do want to say a very, very big thank you to this gentleman to my left, Josh Gruber, our Deputy Town Manager. Thank you, Josh. A big thank you to Zenos, who came to me early on and said, I just want to let you know that I think we can communicate a little differently the way we lay out our documents. And so I said, great, you're in charge of the new strategic plan. And he embraced it with both arms, and a big thank you to Zenos for encouraging me and for us to think a little differently about how we communicate. I would like to take a couple of seconds, if everyone could just introduce themselves, name, title, hello, and maybe pass the mic around the room.
Good morning. I'm Ben Brown, Senior Advisor to the Town Manager. I assist the Town Manager with special projects and policy initiatives. I'm also involved with land acquisition, asset management, and strategic planning for the town. Thank you.
Justin Cunningham, Deputy Chief of Operations for Fire and Rescue. My day-to-day job, I control the day-to-day operations, safety and professional development, training, and the EMS divisions, standing in for Chief Blankenship.
I'm Angie Stone, Assistant Town Manager, oversight of community engagement. That includes technology and innovation, the Office of Cultural Affairs, and our Marketing and Communications Department. Next to me is our brand new Marketing and Communications Director, Andrew Davis. Do you want to say hi? No. Okay.
Come on, quicker.
Hello, I'm Kimberly Gammon. I'm the town clerk.
Good morning. I'm Sean Colin, Assistant Town Manager with oversight over community development. So all planning, development services, inspections, building, engineering functions, stormwater, and transportation, as well as the implementation of capital projects.
Good morning, Bob Brummage, oversee code enforcement, Director of Public Safety, short-term rental ordinance, oversee enforcement of that, and crisis communication. And happy to be here.
Good morning, Tommy Sunday, Director of Technology and Innovation, over our network infrastructure, GIS, day-to-day support, project and IT project management.
Good morning, Brian McAwee, Assistant Community Development Director. I assist Sean with transportation, stormwater, engineering, and capital projects.
Good morning. My name is Zenos Morris. I'm Assistant Community Development Director over special projects and the built environment.
Good morning, Lisa Stauffer, the HR Director. I'm the town's employee and employer cheerleader. So.
I'm Carolyn Grant. I work in communications.
Good morning. I'm Jennifer Ray. I'm the Capital Program Manager.
Good morning, Renata McNulty, Social Media Specialist for the town. I'm excited to be here.
John Troyer, Finance Director.
And last but not least, we'll try one more time right here.
Making me talk, what, it's like my job or something now? So, Andrew Davis, Future Marketing and Communications Director. I'm thrilled to be here to push out the important town events, messages, etc., and drive us forward.
Thank you. Thank you. So a couple things. It was funny. Somebody asked me, "You going to tell any strategic planning jokes before you start, Mark?" And I, of course, looked some up and couldn't find any that I could say out loud without everyone behind me making fun of me. But what I did find is a couple things that really hit home, a couple of targeted messages that hit home to at least me as I start thinking about our strategic plan. One was the strategic plan is just figuring out a way to get things done. And I think that's really the breadth of what we really aspire to do as a team that you just heard from. But to think for a second, a vision without a strategy remains an illusion. Right? I'll say that. A vision without a strategy remains an illusion. And a strategy without a process is a little more than a wish list. Right, so today, and I'll say my role as a town manager is to give guidance to you as town council. We know we work together very closely. I then turn around and set the conditions and the priorities with my team and our full staff team, and then work together to implement your direction and your collective decisions. So in your role as a council, I would say is very important to the strategic plan process because you not only set the goals, but you set the direction. And one little case study of that is that as we unveiled our work on the resilience plan, we brought to you the scope of work before we worked on it, right? You didn't just say, set the goal, let's put a resilience plan together. You also set the direction of the work. You actually set us in motion on and gave us clear direction on what to accomplish. So it's a very important role. You've provided support through the strategic plan. You provide support through the budget preparation. And I am proud to say that I think more and more every time we do this, the budget and the strategic plan become more aligned. And I, along with this staff, appreciate that very much. Mayor said earlier, the plan was adopted July 1. We've been working at this now. I've been working at this with you, for 2.5 years. But really this new strategic plan that I just held up was effective July 1. There's a lot of carryover from the past strategic plan, so it's not like we just started a lot of this work. We're not trying to say that, but your collective vision put to paper was July 1. We know what our main strategic objectives are. You were really clear in January. We have a top 15, and we're going to go over those today. But today's to give you an update on a lot of that. And then I've really started to ask myself, to ask you some questions. What is the clear plan to achieve our goals? What are the timelines? What are the expected results? Those are things we work on as a staff every day. What are we doing well? I'd like to hear that today. What are we doing well? AKA, what aren't we doing well as well? And then how do we measure success of each strategy? And then measure the success of the collective strategies. Are we going in the right direction? Are we working on what matters? And I think everything matters. I think that's part of the hardest part of what we're trying to accomplish. I compare it to going to the grocery store hungry. You buy too much, but you eventually get to it all, right? So we also have to be aware of our challenges. Finances, growth pressures, sustainability. We have to grow, but are we growing properly? Are we prioritizing the right priority? Are the expectations clear? Is the public process clear? Is the public process refined, right? I said earlier, a strategy without process is a little more than a wish list. It's the process to get it done. And as an aside, we still have more than 20 open positions. Not a complaint, it's just part of what I do, what Lisa does, what the department heads do and their supervisors on a daily is work on recruiting, work on interviewing, working on taking a look at every resume that comes in, communicating with those folks that want to be here, and making sure that we're hiring the very best we can so that they can work as part of this great team to accomplish all of this work. And then how do we continue to adapt to changing circumstances in the economy? I know their economy is a lot different today than it was 2 years ago. And so how do we keep adapting? And most importantly, one thing that I am proud to say that I believe we're getting way better at is, are we communicating effectively internally and externally? I said the other day to somebody, I think communicating what we're doing is most important and the project's almost secondary. It's useless if nobody knows what we're doing, why we're doing it, or that we did it. How is it benefiting? So we do have a mindset on this team, and definitely because of our new director of marketing and communications with Andrew. Andrew didn't start yet, which is probably why I was a little reluctant to talk to. He still wants a little downtime between opportunity to come here, but we're excited because we've built a communications team, and I think that will become refined in short order and also primary in what we do. So before I dive in, questions on any of that. So really today is to go over the strategic plan process. We're going to talk about some accomplishments this year to date. We'll talk about the top 15 priorities and where we are There's a lot of information, so I'll go as fast or as slow as you want me to. We'll definitely get through the 15 today. There are many other strategic priorities in the strategic plan. By no means are we saying we're only working on those top 15 in 23 and 24, but there's more. We won't cover those as deep today, but we can definitely answer any questions you want or the public wants on that. And then just leave some time for your discussion. I think some feedback is going to be very helpful. Definitely time for public comment, and Mayor, there's no set time for public comment, so it's up to you when and how. And then also some closing thoughts. We look to be out of here by 3 o'clock. We have time for some breaks around 10:30. We'll have lunch around noon, a little break in the afternoon, and try to be out of here first thing right at, or I should say at 3 o'clock. Questions?
Mr. Ames just posed a good question to me in that since we do have some residents here that may not be able to spend the entire time until we get to public comment, if we go ahead and allow some public comment now so that they're free to go and enjoy their day if they don't want to spend the whole day here. So, it's either you speak now or you would speak later this afternoon. So I think if we open that up now, that would be a benefit to our constituents.
Sure.
So, do we have anybody that would like to speak now instead of later? Ms. Evans. Didn't? Yeah, we've got a microphone right in front of you.
I'm Pamela Martin. Can you hear me? I'm Pamela Martin Ovens, and I've lived on Hilton Head Island for over 45 years. I came here because of the natural beauty, from the lushness of the greenery to the beautiful beaches, to the amazingly spectacular night sky that was so clear you could see all the stars every night. My husband, Peter, has lived here over 55 years. He came to work for Charles Fraser. Peter drew the master plan for Sea Pines, and he sailed Charles Fraser's beloved sailboat, the Compass Rose. Peter went to Washington, D.C. to stop BASF from building a plant here and ruining our environment. Ironically, we now have their product, styrofoam, on our beaches and in the mouths of our fish. We enjoy wildlife that few people ever even see. We have raptors that are so magnificent they take your breath away. Sadly, we are killing them because we allow rodenticides to be used to kill the rats, and then the raptors eat the rats and die. This has to stop. We're interrupting the natural cycle of life. We are using public funds to pay landscape contractors to spray Roundup on our parks, playgrounds, and beaches. The main ingredient, glyphosate, is listed by the World Health Organization as a probable carcinogen. We do not have to use these dangerous chemicals on our island. The company, Bayer, who owns Roundup, has a program where they reward their customers for using it. Are you aware that it causes non-Hodgkin's lymphoma? It does. And guess who makes the pharmaceuticals to cure your cancer? Bayer Pharmaceuticals. It is the same with DuPont. They make chemicals, and then they make the pharmaceuticals. What a surprise. Jarvis Park is protected from the use of harmful chemicals. On page 14 of the contract with the town, it says, Jarvis Creek Park includes all turf, asphalt, sidewalks, nature trails, and playgrounds. Nature trails shall be mulched with pine bark mulch between March 1 and April 1 each year. Grass, weeds, and other vegetation shall be hand-pulled from the playground areas as needed to maintain a neat appearance. No chemicals shall be used in the playground areas. This is excellent and may be because of Scott Liggett's interest in a chemical-free island. Let's do this. It is not that difficult. My friend Kim Conti, founder of Non-Toxic Neighborhoods, will show you how to transition to non-harmful ways to kill weeds. We want to live a better life in a chemical-free environment. This decision would not only provide our islanders with a better life, but would attract a different type of tourist, people who are mindful of the one life we live. Make Hilton Head Island the gold standard for a chemical-free life. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to speak at this point in time? Yes, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Evans. I was on that boat. I was on the Compass Rose with Wyman and Mr. Evans at the helm and stopping Charles Fraser from running it aground. Thank you. All right, my name is Peter Gary. I'm a Sea Pines resident and a realtor at Sea Pines Real Estate at the Cottage Group, and also the self-proclaimed pickleball realtor. Thank you for this opportunity to speak today, and thank you for the breakfast. Outstanding. I commend the strategic planning process for guiding this council and future ones. Now, shockingly, I'm going to talk about pickleball. Pickleball holds an immense value for our island and its growth. It is recognized as a top priority by previous Mayor John McCann's council in 2020, 3 years ago. As a premier family resort, Hilton Head Island should prioritize pickleball, the ultimate family game, as a foundational recreational activity, which means acting now, doing it right, and delivering on what was promised. Last week's town visit to Adriana Lane emphasized the urgency. Currently, there are 161 pickleball courts on the island, but not one dedicated court built by the town. Merely 10% are public and fall under the town's responsibility, including 4 netless and fenceless courts at Chaplin Park, 6 cracked courts at Adriana with temporary nets, 6 confusingly marked courts at the rec center on basketball courts. Private resorts, POAs, HOAs, and businesses have all successfully established courts all over the island. It's time for the town to follow suit. We have the money, the plans, and the demand. Time is of the essence. Second, let's uphold the ideals of excellence noted in today's strategic plan, especially community goal number 4, which emphasizes offering an exceptional quality of life through best-in-class facilities. Just as visitors come for our championship golf courses, pristine beaches, endless bike paths, and hundreds of tennis courts, we should also have access to top-notch pickleball facilities. As we address Adriana's issues, let's ensure speed, but with quality, including adequate shade and seating, running water, and proper restroom facilities, not porta potties. Let's do this right. And lastly, Chaplin Park deserves the same attention. We have a unique opportunity to get it right. Recent discussions about a pool have sidetracked focus from the original plan for a pickleball facility with 24 courts, lighting, a clubhouse, and adequate parking. This was all promised in 2020 and would secure Hilton Head as a leading pickleball destination, along with all of the economic benefits that would accompany that. Let's do what the consultants advised, what the town promised, and what the people have voted for. I'm here today to ask, where does pickleball really stand on the list of capital projects? I only saw a picture of 2 picklers on the 5th page, or almost the last page of the deck, and no mention throughout. Pickleball must be more than a proper priority, guys. It's time to stop discussing, start building, and do it right and deliver on what was promised. Thanks for the time and consideration.
Thank you. Do we have anybody else who wishes to speak at this time? Yes, ma'am.
Good morning. I'm Melinda Tunner. I live at 20 Lenox Lane in Palmetto Hall. And I'm happy to see that we're going to talk about strategy number 11, which is assessing alternative revenue sources and funding opportunities to support the long-term financial stability of the town. I know that's not an exciting topic to most people, but it is really important. And Mark, as you said, without a process, it's a wish list. The reason I'm interested is due to the amount of money planned for capital projects over the next 5 years. The amount is substantial, totaling $233 million, with 2025 having the largest spend of $73.8 million. But I believe there are more requests coming. These numbers do not take into account the impact of a resiliency plan, which will require a big investment as you look at mitigation strategies, potential changes from the Gateway Project Review, additional land purchases, future requests from North Point, to name a few. I think you get my point. There'll need to be some serious work to build a plan to fund these strategies in the future years, although fiscal year 2025 is less than a year away. Personally, I feel you should have had these conversations prior to approving the strategic plan and the capital improvement plan, so you would have a roadmap you could communicate to the public and how you're going to address this. There are several strategies that can be used to lay out that roadmap: drawing down your fund balances, making cuts or reprioritizing, paying out of operations, changes to the millage rate, issuing bonds, finding more grants or other forms of funding. In your plan documents, you indicate that you are in the early stages of possibly planning a new bond issue. A placeholder for bond expenses is in the budget, and your investment advisor talked about IPRBs. Your recent messaging celebrated the success of your debt reduction, so I think it'll be interesting to see how residents react to more borrowing. And the town is not the only entity that is interested in spending more, as Beaufort County is planning to put a referendum out in November of 2024 for a super penny tax to collect money for future projects within the county and extend the time period to 25 years. In my opinion, you need to move quickly to build out a funding roadmap and communicate how you're going to pay for your capital improvement plan. Thank you for the opportunity to provide my thoughts.
Thank you. Any other comments? All right, thank you. Back to you, Mark.
All great comments. I can address some of those along the way, and then I'll also ask for your advice and seek some of your guidance on some of those comments as well.
Mark, for clarity, I didn't quite understand. Are you going through the binder that we have or the booklet that we received this morning?
The binder presentation, that's right there.
Excellent, thank you.
Yes, which is really a lot of the books in there.
Okay, thank you.
So just a real quick, we know vision, mission, we have a good vision statement, a mission statement. We've worked together over the last while to establish goals, those strategies that are in your book. And what I work on are the ways in which we can get the work done, right? The real tactics, the process, the details, so that we can achieve success. Our town mission statement is to promote the health and vitality of the community we serve through ethical and inclusive programs, policies, and actions. And our vision, straight out of our comprehensive plan, our 2020-2040 vision, is to reinvent sustainability again, to focus on revitalization and modernization, and to build an inclusive and diverse community. I won't get into all of this, but a lot of what's on here, again, is always a good reminder. Our plan, the comprehensive plan that was updated a few years ago now, was really taken and used to set the framework and the foundation for our strategic plan. It's very clear of what kind of community we want to be, and that was derived with a lot of public input, a lot of town council and other stakeholder input. And so what we've done is establish those key community goals out of our comprehensive plan, our plan to adopt and pursue ideals of excellence, protect and preserve the natural environment. So it's really a goal-setting exercise through that comp plan, and how it translates into the strategic plan, as you remember, and this looks a little different than last time, but our pursuit of excellence, our environmental sustainability, inclusive community, a revitalization of our economy, that we connect in our community, that we right-size our infrastructure, we're focused on the region, and there's always a strong focus on parks and rec in all we do, operations as well as projects. And so you can see that those core value focus areas are the overarching goals to have the foundation of our strategic plan laid into that. So the purpose of our strat plan is to identify and prioritize CAP projects and make revisions along the way, right? By no means, we do have a 5-year CIP program, but by no means have I ever been a part of that in year 4, it's the exact project that you've planned for 4 years ago. The project list is always a 1-year project list. We prioritize it. We start projects and we build them. A lot of times projects are taking us about 3 years to build now, different than about 2 years a few years ago, just based upon the economy and availability of contractors. But the 5-year program is important, but you work on that through the budget you also align that with your strategic plan. We also develop appropriate operating budgets. We define new projects and strategic initiatives and ensure they're matched with appropriate staff and resources. I can't complete it if we don't have the resources, and this year's budget was a big step forward to put those resources in place. To create realistic project schedules that are in line with established priorities. We want to make sure your priorities are clear to us so that we can match our schedules. And I appreciate being able to share with you the schedule isn't as fast as we first thought, but because of certain factors, if that's ever the case. And then really to develop accountability within the project implementation, within the strategy implementation, by communicating the status of each strategy along the way. And then also to create measurable analytics to be clear on if our performance is successful or not. So just a couple of accomplishments this year. I always think it's important that we just slow down for a second, talk about what we've accomplished, really. And a lot of this is since January 1 that we put this on the board. Of course, we adopted the strategic plan. You adopted the fiscal year budget, 129, almost $130 million. You adopted the comprehensive beach management plan. It seems to always be, oh, that's just a rubber stamp, let's just do it. But it's so important for our beach management. It's so important. You approved master plans for Islanders Beach Park, plugged it into the capital program, and funded a good 1 year, 1.5 year of funds for that project. You did the same with Shelter Cove Park, the expansion side. You appointed the Gullah Geechee Historic Neighborhoods Community Development Corp. Board of Directors, and we started as a team with the board, myself included, to start recruiting an executive director. You adopted a small and minority-owned disadvantaged business enterprise program. And then Sean and his team, through Public Planning Committee, Planning Commission definitely, and Town Council, you've made several edits, adjustments to the land management ordinance this year. Initiating the district plans wasn't just turning the lights on and starting to work on each one. There was a lot of work that went into the prioritization of the different district plans that will eventually guide that land management ordinance overhaul. And so that was a big lift and a good amount of work so far this year. And then also issued a request for proposal for code writing experts to start overhauling the land management ordinance. We received 2 proposals late July. Over the last several months, we purchased several tracts of land: Jonesville Road, Shelter Cove Lane, Matthews Drive, and Bryant Road. Have worked on our workforce housing program as you prioritized it in the strategic plan as you adopted it and in the budget, but appointed the North Point Public-Private Partnership Housing Advisory Committee to help me through that project. That was appointed in January. Created a housing advisory committee in support of workforce housing. Created a housing program manager position, and we're still recruiting for that position. And then appointed Tony Alfieri to the Beaufort Jasper Housing Trust board, and then also committed a little more than $3 million in this year's budget towards housing. We're working on our roads. We can't get it all done fast enough. We hosted Department of Transportation here, which I think was one of the better day-long meetings I've been a part of. Never happy to be a part of a day-long meeting, but we hosted and drove and talked with the Department of Transportation leadership and showed them our areas in our island where we think there were some opportunities, and had a lot of great guidance and direction from them. And so we continue to work on that. I'm proud to say that the adaptive traffic signal management system is almost in place. Brian, Sean, and everybody else, thank you. Those 2 are driving the corridors on the weekends and looking at the cameras. And we are adapting to that new system ourselves as a team. We are We're in a new business that we haven't been in before. Sure, we have people that are experts in the transportation field, but never did they manage a system on Hilton Head before. So I'm excited about that. You also created and selected members for the William Hilton Parkway Gateway Corridor Independent Review Advisory Committee. Those committee appointments were made in March. We executed standardized stormwater agreements with several more communities. And so that program keeps growing.
Mark, sorry, while you're on resiliency, I think there's another key thing, and I know it's listed later in the presentation, but that is the RFQ for a consultant to help us establish a resiliency
Yes.
plan. So it's important to note that here as well.
Yes, ma'am. Launch summer season programs for community code enforcement. Our presence is on the beach. I remember a couple years ago, I kept asking everyone, what do we do? How do we do it? Where's the sheriff's office? How does Shore Beach Service factor in? And what I'm really pleased to see is the great teamwork with Beaufort County Sheriff's, Shore Beach, and definitely with Bob Bromage's leadership. I think that our beach program from a public safety standpoint is great, but then you add Mike DeMaria and his team to it, and then all the other partners that we've been mobilizing. So,
Mark, may I want to add to that
Yes, sir.
comment. In looking at the turtle situation on the beach, Amber Kuhn has commented that there is a dramatic difference in the disruption of the turtle, improvements to the turtles, access to the beach, and so on. So I just want to emphasize that there is a dramatic difference in what we see on the beach, even though we're getting tons and tons of trash off of the beach. But to the mayor's point earlier, if we weren't doing what we're doing, we would be in a very deep hole along with the turtles. Thank you.
well said, sir. Thank you. Angie launched with her team a beach goer survey at Coligny Beach and Burke's Beach to learn more about who's utilizing our beaches. We keep wondering. We all stop some people once in a while and have conversations, but I'm happy to know and see that our survey that's launched this year will learn a lot more by the end of our beach season this year. We're gathering information from where people are from, how long they're visiting, and how many in their group. We put a security and public safety measures in place at Town Hall. We launched our short-term rental program, including our permit software. It does feel like about 4 years ago that we did that, but it wasn't that long ago. We created a town-owned property dashboard on our website. We also created a town council action summary on our town website. It was one of the first things Mayor Perry asked me to put in place as he was coming on board. We also created and launched this traffic and road network hub on the town website. And get on our website and see the traffic cameras and understand that traffic flow. New beach parking permit app process. We are off to a shaky start. We learned, we made some mistakes, we corrected it. We apologize to those that it caused some discomfort to, but we then rebounded and I think it's well underway. I forget, Josh, you told me the other day. Yeah, so we've issued 4,800 passes through that system. And we've had at least they've only told me about 5 complaints. So I think we're learning, we're getting better at that. Beach season and public safety videos on social media. Open the Shelter Cove Sculpture Trail with all of you, May 1. And then we're always out. I think always the question, we say, what's your question? Or the answer is yes, what's your question when it comes to our participation to get out and talk to people? It's not just me that goes, it's not just Josh, but Angie has dove in, department heads have dove in, and we are as many places as we possibly can be to, one, share what we're doing and then also answer questions and also, most importantly, I think, be present in our community. Fire rescue, definitely. We issued 39 single-family home permits in the last 7 months. So close to 40 permits in 7 months, 19 multifamily and 8 new commercial. There's a lot more than that, as you know. We send those monthly, weekly reports out. There's a lot of upfits, but that's new construction.
Mark, question, 19 multifamily. Are those projects as opposed to units? Yeah, I would request knowing the number of multifamily units as opposed to project permits.
Okay.
Yep. Mark, I think you also might want to touch on the permitting process.
Yes.
And how that's changed, because that's been a big undertaking as well. Unless I'm going too far ahead.
It's in there.
Okay, all right.
At this point, I forget, is it slide 10 or 20, but I know it's in there. We've made some big steps, and they're only early steps, though. We
Mark,
hosted
on the single-family permits, how does that stand against recent averages for those permits?
I don't know. Sean, average over under year over year? We on track for last year? I think it's around the same. We can get that info. Yeah. Yeah. But we're not way off. It's definitely more the same. It's not a drastic
I
change.
just want to know where it stood.
Glenn, that and the fact that there's less available property to be built on. So.
Yeah, I think some of the confusion is we get maybe a weekly report on permits and then also on projects. And a lot of those are HVAC conversions or somebody remodeling a bathroom. And so I think Mr. Ames is asking, like, which are the big projects that we need to know about?
Right, and I'll provide that to you at the end of the year in our annual report. That's where a lot of that information can be baked from a January to December-ish timeframe. We hosted Italian students at Town Hall.
Mr. Orlando.
Oh.
Since we're going around with
Yes,
comments
sir.
on that, I guess I'm going to throw a little curveball at us here. And I appreciate Mr. Orlando providing us with the weekly updates as far as the permitting and how our community is growing or redevelopment. But we all know that we have a very severe issue when it comes to housing that is affordable. So we talk a lot about the amount of permits that are coming in and how quickly we are building out. But I don't want us to forget about the fact that we are behind when it comes to affordable housing. And the reporting that we're given does not tell us if any of those units are affordable or not. I'm going to go on a limb here and guess that it's probably zero. Okay. So I don't want us to get so wrapped around capacity and build out and not forget about our dire need here with housing that's affordable.
Yes, and as we put that annual report together, one thing that I see Angie taking a note, we'll provide, as we show at the end of the year, say there's 75 new single-family homes, we're going to provide that information in an annual report and start tracking it year over year formally. But then we're also going to break it down by price, right? At least permit price. We're not going to track how much it sold for or flipped for. So, all right, I'm going to keep going.
As well. In terms of being, to Alex's point, to be able to identify which ones are workforce or affordable homing, there's not necessarily a criteria where if a developer comes in and he's not asking for anything from the town, he's getting a permit, and then whatever his purpose and intent of that project is, that if we're not involved with any special request, et cetera, then we wouldn't know that information. And I know that there are developers who are building workforce housing, affordable housing, service worker housing that go unnoticed. And I want to those who are doing that good work without asking for the town for any special exception or funding or the rest, congratulate them, thank them very much, and encourage others, investors and developers who can do that good work as well, to step forward. We welcome them.
Thank you. We negotiated a contract with BMI for a music festival. Will be held September 14 to 17, and we also are hard at work for our 360-year, 40-year celebration. We've developed a website. We've made a lot of arrangements for that great work. And I'll share a little more detail about that. I dive in a little deeper at Town Manager report at Council this coming week. We upgraded council chambers to technology. We also had a technology and innovation strategic plan go through Finance Administrative Committee on May 18th, and it'll be at council very soon. I won't go through all of this, but HR, wow, Lisa has been busy, but I think more importantly than just busy, Lisa has been helping our team grow properly and be all that we aspire to be. There's some high expectations as you come on board, but then there's also this very open and I think much improved onboarding program so that we are working towards the same goals on day one. We this year enhanced, the senior team got together and really through Lisa's leadership, enhanced our performance management process. I would say that it's easier to fill out. It's much more specific to manage, to lead, and it's tied to the strategic plan and the values and goals that are derived from a lot of that work. So we onboarded about 50 people since January 1. We promoted 9, reclassified 6, improved employee benefit offerings and compensation. Thank you for supporting that in our budget updates or our budget approvals. We have a corporate social responsibility program where we can provide up to 10 hours of paid time during work hours for an employee, for a team member, to participate in an island volunteer nonprofit opportunity. And so far this year, as we measure it, 120 hours of work's been tracked through that program. Now, some volunteer opportunities, whether it's off island or not a nonprofit in that regard, don't qualify. But then also staff's reported an additional 250 hours of volunteer time. So really our commitment, not just to work here and get the work done, but also to give back and be a part of the community is something that I think that is definitely growing as a cultural expectation and opportunity in our organization. A lot of training opportunities, and then we also held public or employee appreciation events and activities.
Mark, you referenced 50 regular and temporary seasonal employees. How many of the 50 were regular full-time employees? Do you know? The reason I'm asking is that you referenced 30 employees we need. Mm-hmm. So it sounds to me as though we have some significant significant number of new employees, and I'm interested in knowing how those new employees are culturalized to our expectations. Sure. Thank you.
Lisa, just a round number, how many full-time employees is in that 50-ish? So we have seasonal, we have beach ambassadors,
Yes.
half?
Probably 30 of them are regular.
Okay.
20 of them are part-time temporary.
Perfect. So we do have a standardized onboarding program where the department head takes ownership of it, and they work with the supervisor and they work with that new employee to expose them internally and externally, whether we're on a tour of the river, whether we're on a Gullah Geechee neighborhood tour, whether they're understanding our environment, introduction to the comprehensive plan, introduction to the strategic plan. And that's not a 1 week and then go to work. It's a lot early on, and then there's some mandatory training, how to drive a car properly, how to climb a ladder properly, all that basic. But then the real orientation and that cultural awareness of our organization and community happens over that first year over time.
I just want to be clear, I'm excited about the talent that you're attracting to the town. Thank you.
Thank you. And then this is more for all of you, perhaps. I see a lot of you at the ribbon cuttings, with the end of the day, 85 new businesses or reinvented businesses opened on Hilton Head Island between January 1 and June 21. I can't keep up with all the ribbon cuttings myself, so I always appreciate to know that our social media team is there and they're buying in and diving into a new business and trying to celebrate and promote and bring awareness to that business. And Mayor, you've cut that many ribbons probably since January.
Yeah, I've got to ask somebody to go to another ribbon cutting here next week.
But that's a good measure, right? Because as a business opens, we take ownership of it. I expect that, and I know we have the right team in place. Chris Yates is a perfect example of it. We are helping someone open a business. We aren't requiring certain standards only, right? We know that if someone comes in with a new upfit or a brand new permit, they're here to start a business. It's funded somehow. There's jobs at stake. There's savings at stake. There's new economy at stake. And so we look at it through that lens quite a bit. We've received a bunch of grants, considerable, and I'm proud of it. And I always want to say we'll be even better next year because our focus on grant opportunities grows. We have a grant administrator, but we also have every person in a department is responsible, right? The department heads are responsible to find and chase some of their own grants too. So we have 3 applications out there right now, totaling a little more than 200 grand. We received the standard CDBG, a little more than 180 grand, 185 grand. But we received funding on really eight asks over this past several months. $8.8 million were brought into the organization just by asking, just by putting in place a strategy. Definitely the $5 million help set 8, the Gullah Geechee Historic Neighborhoods Community Development Corp, funded with a $5 million South Carolina startup fund. Thank you to Senator Davis, but also thank you to Town Council for putting that in place. We made the ask, Senator Davis took it from there. But I'd say there's a lot of work that goes into receiving that and preparing for it. So a big thank you to John Troyer and everybody that's involved with that.
Yep. So if you could clarify your comment, you said that you were going to start next year going after more grants. Is that next fiscal year? Is that beginning of 24? What is that?
Well, I'll clarify it. Every year we need to be better than the last, right? We need to learn. There's so many grants that come across our table. If we chased every grant, I'd be afraid to catch them, right? Because administrating federal grants take a lot more time and energy than administrating some of the local, regional, state grants. But what we are more focused and targeted on is where we're asking for the dollars. Right? We see a resilience grant out there, it's for $1 million. But when you really dive in to determine your go, no go on it, you might realize it's probably something better for a regional council of government than Hilton Head. My point behind a lot of this is, as we start trying to build projects and our resilience plan is in place, and some of the stormwater knowledge is a little more enhanced because of that resilience plan, we will probably start qualifying for more grants.
And it goes back to your point, as you said, about the $8.7 million. It was an ask, yes. Right? And you don't get unless you ask. So perfect point. That's, but it's also identifying that source. So I just encourage us to continue moving in that direction.
Yes, sir.
Mark, excuse me, I apologize. I want to go back one slide just to make a point. Congratulations to all the entrepreneurs who said we want to invest on Hilton Head Island.
Yes.
The question in my mind is, what's the net benefit to the community, both in terms of business license revenues and also the types of businesses that we're losing as opposed to the types of businesses that we're gaining. It has a lot to do with creating our, undergirding our brand and how we are attracting significant investment. Thank you.
Okay. It'd be an interesting point to measure, Josh and Angie, in our annual report, to take a look at number of businesses, investment, jobs, and then a net compared to businesses perhaps that closed. So we'll track a lot of that.
That really suggests a growing confidence into where we are going, which is what the strategic plan is all about.
Right.
And pardon me, that I think it also needs to include the number of employees gained or lost.
Right. We'll track a little bit of that. We'll track that. The takeaway message, and I've said it my entire career, and I say it very loud, and I'm excited to say it, so excited to say it here. We're open for business. And within reason, the answer is yes. We will help you open a business. We will help you invest in our island. And I also think that our own investment is also a catalyst to others' investment. So
Marker, Mayor, if I may just jump in back right here on this grants page. First, I wanted to share my appreciation for not only our grants manager, Marcy Benson, but to all the department heads who are looking for these grants. Not all grants are equal. Many of them come with strings attached that are not the type of strings that the town of Hilton Head typically, historically, or I believe for the future, are going to want to be tied to. So carefully researching those available grants and knowing what those strings might be and choosing properly is a lot of work in and of itself. As a former grant manager for a large college of education, I know firsthand. And those federal grants that you mentioned, which I also wrote and managed, are a lot of work and intense. So thank you for the work that you're doing, making those, doing that researching, selecting carefully is important to our future, not just the dollar amount, but those strings as well.
Thank you. Great point, Mayor. You can't receive, what did you say? If you don't ask, you can't receive? Or what did you say?
Well, yeah, you've got to ask to receive.
Yeah, and so we asked Beaufort County, before the budget was adopted, to fund the adaptive traffic management system, more than a $3.1 million regional network investment, it just happens to be on our island. If we could use the Beaufort County impact fees collected in our area, right, our service area, towards that project, and they at first said maybe, we'll think about it, and then it sped up, and County Council, with a lot of help and leadership from Jared Frelick's County Council, recently adopted a $3.1 million transfer of funds to our books to pay for that project and reimburse. So we also asked Beaufort County for $500,000 of American Rescue Plan funds. We talked a lot about that in the budget, and then we received $56,250. Doesn't seem like a lot when you add it up to the others, but that's an important grant. It's $52,000 we don't have to use stormwater utility fee for or property tax for or something as we invest in the work to build the resilience plan. And I think that grant dollars tied to the resilience plan itself will definitely help that project. Speaking of Beaufort County, I talk with you all. We talk monthly most of the time, and a lot of the conversation turns to what are we working on with Beaufort County. And I thought it would be important today to just, one, stop for a moment and slow down and say thank you to Beaufort County with their leadership. Definitely Jared, definitely Hank. Who else am I missing? The transportation gentleman. Eric Clausen, they're such a great team to work with. They are also looking for people, and they're also trying to figure out their priorities and work. But when we add up on the board that we're still working with them very closely on the William Hilton Parkway Gateway Corridor project, projects in their hands. We know that. I'll update that a little bit as we get there. Adoption of the updated impact fees for the library and transportation. We work closely with them on that. The St. James Baptist Church relocation mitigation, a little more update several slides in. A land swap of Barker Field, Old Schoolhouse, Road Park, and Cross Island Boat Landing. We hear a lot about the pickleball at Old Schoolhouse, Adriana Lane. It's not our park yet, right? So we've got planned improvements there. We have planned 6 pickleball courts there. There are no sewer utility on the ground there, but it's not our park yet. Where are we with the closing of that?
County Council adopts third and final reading on Monday of next week.
And so we've swapped the Cross Island boat landing, but in the covenant and the restrictions of it, it can only be used for what it's currently used for. The county intends to build a new dock. We have design approval, scope and design approval of that dock in the contract and in the covenants and in the restrictions.
Mark, I'd also like to make it just a public comment, since there was some discussion about this previously through social media. The county has always operated the boat landing. It has been their responsibility over years to maintain that property and to operate it. So nothing from an access standpoint is changing there. It's still going to be utilized in the same capacity, well, expanded capacity with some expanded parking and amenities, but you know, they've had control over that for years, but now they're going to have the property. So I just want to put that out there for the public.
Thank you for helping us. Thank you for helping me. And the great part is Adriana Lane, Old Schoolhouse Road Park, and Barker Field will once and for all be town asset in the town park system, and we can start figuring out the future of those important spaces. We're working closely with them on the Green Space Land Acquisition Program, 1% Sales Tax Committee and Program Planning. That's just ramping up. You'll see that coming next week. Various road improvements and maintenance projects. When we call them to cut or fix or improve, they are always very responsive and help immediately. And I'd say our team helps with that, right? Our team, especially a gentleman probably back at work or out in the field right now figuring out, Jeff Netzinger, he will call the county and immediately they're responsive. The feral cat colony regs, Project Cloud, which we're starting to talk about, which is an economic development, Beaufort County Economic Development Corporation recruited project. The Hilton Head Island property reassessment, a little more of that next week. And then again, the funding for the signal system. So lots of accomplishments this year on our behalf operationally as well as strategic with council through committee, and then definitely with some other agencies, federal, state, county included. So
Mark, on your presentation about working with the county, I see staff coordination there, which is going very smoothly. We need to renew our efforts to have contacts between members of this council and members of the county council so that we can develop much better relationships as things move forward. It's a complicated world out there, and we need to be able to work together as partners
Yes,
rather
sir.
than in competition.
Yes, we're all in it together, right? Of course. Thank you, sir. And so now we're top 15 strategies. I'm just going to start diving right in. It's 10 o'clock. Do you want me to get through one of these and then take a break, or would you prefer a break right now?
Let's go ahead and do a break now. That way, we're all in tune to the information. Resume.
Yes, sir. As we start diving into the top 15, I'll say again, as you see in the strategic plan, in the presentation as well, there's a lot more than 15 items we're already working on. And I'll get into that. But in January, to remind us, you had, in this room, we talked about the list of many. And of that list of many, what was important in 2023? What was important in 2024, and then of those elements in the 2023 plan, what were the top 15? And by no means did you say, this is number 1, this is number 15. They're spread throughout many different departments. They're spread throughout finance. They're spread throughout HR. But they're mostly in the bucket of community development, growth management, planning, engineering. And so I'm going to call Sean up, actually, because I need a little bit of help, but I also want Sean to be here with you, explaining where he's going, hearing from you directly. I lean hard on Sean. He has a staff of 60 plus. He has many of the priorities in place. I know this community leans on him. Some want this, some want that. And he's doing a great job. And Sean, if we could, let's get through some of this work together and give some updates. But I'll steer for a little while.
Mayor, I'm sorry. Can I just ask a quick question? I apologize. I was going to try to ask this during the break. During this time, we're discussing the top 15 strategies, as well as that long list that appears after the strategies. I thought I recall some language about us trying to look at priorities for the year. And I can't remember if that was calendar year or budget year. But is this a time for us to start focusing in on what those priorities are among the strategies and the others?
Yes.
Okay.
And I would ask that we hold those until towards the end, because there's a lot to get through. But yeah, this is the time that since we've reviewed this 6 months ago, we came up with this list. Now it's time to take a look at it and understand, what we've gone through and and how we want to move forward and what's most important to us.
That helps me with making notes and asking questions during the
Sure.
presentation to direct towards that conversation. Thank you.
All right. And I'll add, I started off by saying, and I jumped through a lot of this earlier quick, but really what I want to get to today is, one, give you an update. We've talked about this a lot. We talked about it at budget. We talked about it in January. We worked through various different committees and then to council. But big picture, are we on the right track, right? Big picture, are these the right top 15? Are we clear on where we're going? If we're not, tell us. We're taking notes. We'll refine. Am I clear from you of what you want first, second, third, and 50th? Are the timelines what we expect? Are we doing it right? What's going well? What's not going well? Is it the right process? What needs to improve? How do we measure success? And like I said, for the first time, I think ever, we will produce this year an annual report. It will be our first ever annual report, and we'll report on all of this work. A lot of the metrics that we need to measure performance on, but also some of the statistics that we talked about today. And I always keep thinking about what are the biggest challenges to get some of this work done. The first and foremost, this is probably the best one to be first, because as we dive in, we said in January, let's establish a growth management strategy, manage the increasing and evolving future growth patterns in a manner that will ensure sustainability and Hilton Head Island's unique character. Additionally, the town must monitor economic and demographic trends, undertake a comprehensive list of future planning activities, and proactively protect the island's rich natural resources through appropriate design, regs, and capital investment. And so how do we get there, right? What are the tactics? What are the strategies to get there? And as we worked with you, we said we conduct a Hilton Head Island conditions and trends assessment, right? The capacity study. Truth be told, I don't like saying capacity study out loud because I just don't know what that means. Is it 4 more cars are too many? 3 more seconds are too many? 20 more houses are too many? More commercial businesses that we just celebrate is too many? When I look at capacity, I think about that sustainability balance. And so we're taking a look at what the conditions are and what the trends are. Are they going up? Are they going down? How many hospital beds? Are they staffed? How many kids in school? Are there enough teachers? So we've been working on that. Establish a growth framework map. I think it's important to know through the growth framework map, are we growing in certain areas or aren't we growing in certain areas? Are we decreasing impacts to River's Edge, and are we investing in major intersections, right? So that growth framework map helps with that. Identify a district plan. It's hard to just go in, as we know, as we're learning together, it's hard to just go grab the land management ordinance and amend chapter 5 and change some standards without knowing the big picture pattern of settlement, pattern of development. So identifying a district plan, creating the district plans, those drive a future land use map. That future land use map drives zoning. That zoning is embedded in the land management ordinance. All of which has to be calibrated with and to, right, to and from our comprehensive plan. We need to implement the Mid-Island District Plan. Town Council adopted it. We're learning from it. We're learning that there's a lot of good element to it. And then as we are working on future district plans, we're also realizing that maybe there could be some assessment of that Mid-Island District. Adopt zoning map amendments. And really, the overhaul of the land management ordinance is the largest push-up on the list, is the heaviest. Improving our development review program. Mayor, you asked about that earlier. That's where a lot of this work can be told and explained, and then also to let you know where we're going with it. And then align our capital improvement plan with those growth framework strategies.
Mark, I'd like to comment on this whole process having to do with growth management. The staff has presented to us a series of maps defining the various areas or districts that are being suggested, each with a creative name. These, of course, are all of those outside of the gates. And I want to salute the staff for doing an outstanding job in creating these districts. I think they're very close to the final ones that we can work with moving forward. So great job.
Thank you.
And if I can just add a comment to Glenn's, the staff has worked hard, and we look forward to seeing all of that work presented to us. But one of the things that, Glenn, you said that's critical to remember and to acknowledge and to focus on is that this work is outside the gates. And over the years, outside the gates has been developed in the same way, with the same purpose to provide a quality of life and residential communities that need to be addressed and protected, and where mistakes, misjudgments possibly were made, that remedies are presented and moved forward on to make sure that those outside the gates have the same quality of life that all Hilton Head Island residents deserve, came here for, and was, I don't think I need to go on anymore, but I think we need to make sure of that. Outside the gates are protected.
So the conducting a Hilton Head Island conditions and trends assessment. We had a workshop way long ago, January 2022, when we heard a lot of, hey, make sure we add these components. What is this capacity assessment? What is this trend assessment all about? And so we had that workshop some time ago. But over the last year plus, we have been studying, Sean and his team have studied the demographics, housing, workforce, governance, economics, community, real estate, systems, environment, land use, and I also know a whole bunch of things in between, right? I know you've looked at utilities, I know you've looked at healthcare, I know you've looked at a lot of that work. Well, we haven't stopped working on it. We put it aside to start working publicly with you all in the community on it, because we started to dive into other work, some of which was the district plans. And so this is getting real close to bringing it back again for your review through Public Planning Committee, through your review collectively as well, and then also with some community input at a lot of those meetings. So you see on here that we've been trying to be very clear that it'll present the assessment of findings at the October 12th Public Planning Committee meeting. Everything I say up here is subject to the mayor's approval and the committee chair's recommendation and approval of agendas. But our timeline, process-wise, is based upon this. Something might come up in October that this might not be the highest priority because of, and so we always reserve the right to work with the committee chair and ultimately the mayor to set those agendas. We'll then present those assessments and those findings at an upcoming...
Sorry, if I can interrupt you for one moment. I want to thank you for including the committee list of possible assignments. I know it's coming later in the presentation, but as you mentioned, the committees, I hope all the council members are paying attention to that, because I've asked a couple times about what are our committees supposed to be doing to partner with staff on the strat plan.
Yes, ma'am.
So thank you for including that and the specific call outs on these pages.
You're welcome. And then we will present those findings at an upcoming council meeting. When you're ready through committee, when you're ready for it to go to council, we'll present it. We have to work on it for a little while to know what we know and know what we don't know about our island and make those adjustments. So good work on that, Sean. Establishing a growth framework map. I haven't been as involved as Sean is in this. But Sean, I know, has been working very closely with the Public Planning Committee. He's been working closely with a select consulting team, and he's been working diligently with a great staff and lots of new staff members too. So we're asking for their assessment and their professional expertise in establishing these district plan and growth framework map strategies. Sean, is there anything to add? You can come on up here with me, and I just want to say thank you for all the work you're doing. I know a lot of this is on your shoulders, but you have a great team behind you.
Yeah, thank you, sir. And we have built a great team and filled a lot of.
All right, making sure it's good.
So it's not standing
like
up
I said,
there. I'm shorter,
I lean on
I'm
Sean a
fatter,
lot. Yeah,
and he's better looking. So
I don't know
you
about
stand
that.
over there, Mark? Yeah, so we do have a great team, a lot of new energy around advancing these efforts, and I've been encouraged by the quality of the product we've been putting forward to the public, to the committee, and advancing this. So we've tried to show the context of Hilton Head with the region, looking at things. It's a series of maps. I saw on our website. We've got this, but this bottom left map is really identifying those areas that we should protect, those critical environmental resources. And then the map on the right is sort of an intuitive map that shows where we think activity either exists today, should exist, should be where we have strategic growth and investment, and the other areas to protect, and then those transitions between the environmental and the activity center. So I'm happy that we've advanced this. This is probably about 1,000 times better than the first draft map that we presented. I think it's been well received and provides a good framework for the work. You know, this is one priority in the strategic action plan, but you saw there's 12 tactics. So this is a heavy lift, and we're trying to move through as much of it concurrently as we can. And then some of it requires some sequential execution. So I think that's what I wanted to share on this, Mark.
And so how do we use this? How do you use this? When someone walks in the door and says, hey, I've got this great group, they're a multifamily developer from somewhere, they've got a great team behind them, here's their website, and they want to rezone Water's Edge on Marshland Road. As a staff, what do we tell them? Let's check with town council. You'll get there in about 10 months. You got to go through planning commission, public planning. What this map is intended to do is help us as a staff when you're not there as a policy guide on rezonings. It should help us as a policy guide to think through capital investment, right? What you're not seeing on there is the connected parks or any neighborhood. You're seeing those centers and those edges. And so I think that map will go a long way to help guide the future land use map that helps guide the land management ordinance. So, and you'll see here, it's been to Public Planning Committee a couple times. There's a standing item on the Public Planning Committee agenda with Mr. Ames, and it's district plans and land management ordinance updates and work. And so, Sean, I know you've really worked with public planning as a workshop working group, and you bring those updates forward and you get feedback. And so you've been there a couple times, April, July, on this element, and that you're going back with a refined approach in September. And then again, when these are ready to go through a recommendation through public planning, we'll get those to town council. District boundaries, Sean, turn that over to you.
Yeah. So the next step in after creating the we're going to call it conservation and growth framework, because I think the conservation is certainly just as important. We identified the areas that are outside of the PD1 districts, the master plan communities. We had executed district number 4, which was the Mid-Island. Town Council adopted the Mid-Island District Plan on November 1st of last year. But we looked at sort of a logical delineation of the remaining area and identified a total of 8 districts. So 7 more to execute. We will revisit the Mid-Island District based on the condition and trends report, based on what we learn and improve on with these other district plans. But we are currently working through 2 of the remaining 7 districts. We had identified with the committee district number 1, the Marshes District. We presented a draft plan to the Public Planning Committee last month, and we'll present a revised plan to them in September. We also are looking at a second district, which we call Bridge to the Beach District number 8. We had added some additional capabilities with our consultants. We've got Zenos taking a trip early next week to meet with the consultants along with Shea Farrar to dive into that. I've seen a draft plan for that, and we'll bring that to the committee in September as well. But at the Public Planning Committee tomorrow, we have identified the remaining districts, the 5 districts, and we'll ask the committee to help us prioritize how we execute that work. I'd like to complete 2 more districts, at least have 2 more draft districts by the end of the year. And that will leave us the remaining districts to complete in the early part of next year.
And we are going to be completing those district plans as we're also writing the land management ordinance. And so it's all coming together. And I'll say this, and it's a lot of work, right? Because we don't know what to do without studying each neighborhood and the series of neighborhoods and those connections to make those recommendations forward. So there'll be plenty of time for public input on a lot of this work, but we are getting smart, as I'd call it, through public planning and a lot of our work. You see that each district plan has an intro, right? What's the purpose? What's the process? The analysis of each series of neighborhoods, a strategic direction. What are the guiding themes? What are the concepts to conserve, invest? A future land use scenario proposed, and then a street and pathway system. I'd call it audit, right? Do we have it right, or should there be some adjustments? And then lastly, how do we implement?
So the districts there's some similarities, but there's a lot of differences between these. I think they're organized by some logical geographies and shared characteristics. But where we'd like to get with these plans is really to set the expectation for public investment and the promise of what the future condition will yield if these plans are executed. So it's going to require a lot of public engagement as we refine these plans and move these forward. But I'm excited, probably for the first time in Hilton Head's history, to really focus on these areas as a collective series of districts, and then to stitch them together under an island-wide master plan, future land use map, to set those expectations.
Right.
Thank you, sir.
And to keep it simple, the future land use map, the component of the comprehensive plan, we don't have one. We do not have a future land use map in our comprehensive plan. And some communities don't, and a lot of communities do. But that future land use map as part of your comprehensive plan, as part of your land use element, always drives zoning. So it's not about a zoning analysis or a existing conditions or an existing land use survey. It's about what should the zoning be in the future, whether that is individual rezonings, parcel by parcel or district by district, and sometimes a community-wide rezoning plan initiated by the public body. So this master plan is really threading together all the work we just said. And again, that master plan will drive the update to our comprehensive plan, and then help us, guide us to adopt these zoning map amendments. And Sean, you might as well keep standing, sir. This is the big lift, right? You're down here. You've been working on these phases for a while. Town council's aware of it. Community's aware of it. I know we have a public planning committee meeting tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
And we know about all that work. I think the big news that we should talk about today is where are you? Where's the team with overhauling the land management ordinance?
All right, absolutely. Yeah, there is a meeting tomorrow. We've executed the first 3 phases of adjustments to the LMO to provide some clarity, some different expectations, and some rules to help provide protections where we've had some issues. Phase 4A, unfortunately, we've got so many phases in here, but 4A is going to Public Planning Committee tomorrow to talk about floor area ratio and parking. There is a big phase that will complete in the next several months too, but the overall project to overhaul the LMO, you can see the information that will help inform that with the district plans, the outline master plan, the district or the future land use map. We have went out again for RFQ to identify code writers. We had a couple of responses here in late July. We're evaluating those responses. We've got a plan to learn from the condition and trends from the district planning and to identify the framework and structure for the new land management ordinance. We'll execute that here as we continue to get information from those other efforts. But our plan to overhaul the entire LMO, and you can see it's kind of set up in sequence here, by the time we complete our district planning with draft plans and consideration, we're likely into end of first quarter of 2024. And so we'll continue to inform the LMO overhaul into second quarter of 2024, and then begin to move that through the public process, including Planning Commission, Public Planning Committee, and Town Council.
And it's interesting, I met with regional mayors and managers the other day, and part of the topic with some of the managers and a little sidebar was City of Beaufort, Town of Bluffton, both asking what we're doing with our update to our land management ordinance, because Beaufort is updating theirs, Bluffton is updating theirs, and I just think that every 10 years or so, it's really good to get into the weeds of your overall land management ordinance and not just make amendments incrementally.
Sean, if you could, excuse me, if you could, give us an idea of staff requirements for this. Timing, what goes into it? Because as council looks through prioritizing the strategic plans, staff capacity is a huge part of our thought process. So can you talk to that a little bit?
Yeah, absolutely. And I'll relate it to all the disciplines that are required to do plan review. When you start looking at the expanse of the LMO, it's not just a planning exercise. We have engineering, traffic, stormwater, civil. We look at drainage requirements, lot clearing. There's input from the fire department. Environmental, tree protection, dune protection, critical zones. So it's not just a core team of planners that get together with a consultant to review and overhaul this. It's a complete team effort. And when we looked at we'll call the phase 4 item, we held a couple of day focused effort with a core group of about 6 people. And then we had different groups come in. We had the stormwater group come in. We had fire and rescue come in. And, by the time it's all said and done, we probably had 20 to 25 different staff members participating. And so phase 4, which is out right now to make some additional improvements to the LMO, there's a distribution to just about every discipline that's involved in this LMO. And it requires a significant amount of time and dedication to turn that around with other work efforts to provide that feedback. I'm happy to say that the team, not just in my area, but the entire team is excited because I think they've wanted some changes, Mayor, for a while, and this is an opportunity to get them. So it's a lot of members of staff involved in this. I couldn't give you a man hour, but it is significant. And then also, I think a lot of times we talk about how we have consultant support, but you have to manage the consultants. You have to make sure they're meeting your expectations. There's a public engagement. There's a meeting coordination. There's communication to and from leadership. So there's a lot of components that go into this project, and a lot of different staff members that are required to execute.
And for y'all's information, I asked this question because retention of staff is so important. And when you're responding to a question at 3:45 a.m., that doesn't tell me that you're getting your time away and your rest and relaxation. So, but that's something that we've got to be very cognizant of as to what we ask staff to do.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that. It's all hands on deck, and we can't just tell the consultant, this is what's wrong, this is what we want, and turn it over. It's our town, it's our project and work to propose to you. And every neighborhood is similar here, and every neighborhood has got its differences. And so I'm in a hurry to finish this work, but I'm in a hurry to do it right. I'm not in a hurry to watch the shot clock above the backboard, wondering if we have 3 more seconds to shoot the ball. I strongly encourage us to, if we're going to work on this work, to dive in, to slow down, and to get it right. And I cannot thank Sean enough. Yeah, he did send that email at that hour. That's the true story, getting ready for today. But I think that's just the sentiment of a lot of the staff members and a lot of the people that work here. It's not demanded, but we're encouraged by the work. But this is a big lift. And it's not that we can just finish the capacity or trends analysis and check off the 8 districts and bring you a few park projects to approve, and here's a new land management ordinance, and we're done by November. Let's really start diving into some of these issues. This is Sean's highest priority. Resilience plan is important. Nothing's more important than this. Capital project builds are important, but Sean's time's here. Most of his time, a lot of his time is here. Missy as well, and the great team she's building. So, development improvement program, a development review improvements, right? So I've always said, and I said it to start today, we're open for business. We are going to help you approve your project. We have gotten ourselves out of the regulatory only mindset. We have rules, there's regs. I think we've learned some lessons. I see Sean make some judgment calls different today than the team before him, right? He was not the land management ordinance ordinance administrator some times ago. He's making different judgment calls today, different interpretations. Code has a lot to do with how much or how little, though, we can affect the built environment. So one thing we've done is we've put an online customer service permitting portal in place, online submittals, online reviews, access to us even when we're not open, reporting, and that real connection and communication. You don't always have to drive some Savannah and charge your client to drop off a set of plans. 2.5 years ago, it was the middle of COVID, we were stacking plans on the porch, and they were full of dirt. It was full on the porch, and we really converted, right? It was that time of year, there was a lot of pollen in the air, and we have improved our process. We've improved our technology, thanks to Tom Sunday, who's sitting in the room back there, to come on board and just hit the ground running. We have customer service surveys initiated for everything we approve. We are starting to build, we're not getting a lot of response. I don't know if that's because people are afraid to tell us what they really think, or if they're just busy working on the next project. But what we want to really push on and understand is, how did we do, right? You shopped here, how did we do? What could we do better? What did we do well? Were there any trials and tribulations as part of the project? I hear a lot about the case studies, but every single person that is approved as a permit, regardless of a subdivision or a building permit, we are putting survey in place more and more, right? To ask those questions. We have a single-family home review checklist and an SOP, standard operating procedure, to allow for a higher quality control of those single-family building permit plans. That's something that Chris Yates took and ran with. Done a great job with all of that work. And then the development process improvement, right? I just say we have a better team. We have a better team that's reviewing projects. We've learned from mistakes in the past, and we've improved our teamwork as we're reviewing plans. And then you have some real work and some real effort for next year. What's coming? What's still to do?
So we have initiated an initial customer service section survey. We'll have a more robust survey by end of year, really is my expectation. As part of the LMO overhaul, we'll have an applications manual that has all these checklists. They'll be clarified, the process for every application. There'll be a workflow on the back that guides people along. And so we'll continue to advance electronic plan review and routing. We've had the ability, COVID, I think, helped speed it up a little bit. Mark's right, we did have colored plans, they were pollen, in our totes outside. So those are the things that we're going to advance to continue to evolve with technology. There's software out there that can help us be more effective and efficient in our review and turnaround with comments and resubmittals. And that's the plan for that's identified here for the first couple quarters of 24.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, the real work is clear and consistent direction to every customer, regardless who you are, and that there is a clear process and that there are predictable outcomes. Right? So at the end of the day, I think that code's going to really drive that. I don't know how to use the code. I'll tell you, I asked Sean, and Sean might ask somebody else. That clear and consistent rule and reg will get built in our code. And then those predictable outcomes, and our expectations are a lot higher than perhaps a lot of other places, but you're going to know that before you walk in the door, whether it's what process I need to undertake to rezone my property, or how long am I going to have to wait until I hear back from you on my subdivision submittal or a building permit. So good job with that.
And Mark, just last thing, it's important both for the customer to understand clear and consistent expectations, but also staff.
Mm-hmm.
You have turnover of staff, you have different staff members reviewing, and so it's also the internal consistency that I expect as we move through and provide service to our customers.
We have a design studio that is really geared towards the Gullah Geechee neighborhoods, but we treat those projects with care, and we also help people give real guidance, not review guidance, on subdividing, fire hydrant location, access easements, and we've seen a lot of great results from that, but we've also received a lot of feedback and took it to heart and try to get better at what we do.
And what we've learned from that design studio, we've also translated into our development review team. We call it the DIRT team, but development review team, a DRT team, because we're learning collectively in every engagement we have with the community and our customers.
And last but not least, go through this a little quicker, but our district plans, as they're in place, will guide our capital improvement program. We have a very robust current year capital improvement program: road, water, sewer, stormwater, parks, facilities, equipment, purchase of vehicles, including a majority of our fire fleet. But then again, those district plans will start guiding our future land acquisitions and a lot of that other investment. And we're in the infancy stage here, right? couple budgets ago, we did not have the capital improvement program we currently have. We didn't identify the project through budget and list the source of revenue that drove the project, right? So that work's being worked on. So next, so I'm going to move on. Next, strategy 2. It is 10:55. Lunch arrives, Kim, at what time? 12? Okay, thank you. Implement the workforce housing framework, finding home. I know that we've done a lot of work, even before my time, on housing, different studies, a lot of work. Town Council last year, November 1st, I believe the date was, 2022, adopted the Finding Home Plan. And in that Finding Home Plan, there were several elements to it. But our commitment to preserve and expand workforce housing options on Hilton Head through the adoption of 4 components of the plan: a community component, a planning component, management, and revenue. And collectively, we've started to put those strategies in place to implement that Finding Home Plan. So up here, you see commit to develop, maintain, and support partnerships and relationships with community orgs. Engage a housing action committee to coordinate. Someone asked me the other day, what's the purpose of the housing action committee? And it was great because I went to the Finding Home Plan, looked at it, also went to our strategic plan draft, looked at it, and it had a real answer, not my interpretation of the answer. To coordinate with community groups in the housing space while cultivating an ongoing housing dialogue, engagement with the community in housing education, planning, innovation, and provide advice and recommendations. And advice and recommendations are mostly to you, but also into the community. Commit to create a multi-year workforce housing action plan that will include a range of prioritized housing tactics tools. Add dedicated staff to this effort. Explore a professionally managed housing organization. Commit to and maintain dashboard of core metrics, and you talked about that a little while ago. Commit to a funding plan that meets the needs of the multi-year workforce housing action plan. And then the North Point Public-Private Partnership. Complete the execution of the development agreement and see that project through. And so those elements are also being managed out of Sean's office, through and with Missy, who's also working on the land management ordinance, districts, and whatnot. We still have the workforce housing program manager. I think first and foremost, you approved in the budget and gave me direction some time ago to find somebody. That has proven to be a very difficult position to fill, especially on Hilton Head Island. It's into the 6 figures, that position. I think it's compensated well. It's just we have not yet found the candidate, and I'm, again, in a hurry to find the right candidate, not just to bring somebody on board. We were close with a couple candidates, but they have, for different reasons, not accepted our offer after a long interview process. So if anyone is out there listening, we need help. Good help.
Mark, if I can, just in that outline, as I mentioned before, one of the things that we had worked on previously and committed to over the last council and into this council, obviously, was commercial conversion, private investors coming forward and taking opportunities here on the island where we could work with them, but not necessarily have to be supporting them financially or otherwise. That private investment needs to be highlighted in our efforts. We need to continue to encourage private investors who are going to come in and do that good work. It is beneficial to the blighted areas and on our island. It's beneficial to our taxpayers, and it achieves a goal that we're not acknowledging, I don't think, fully, and encouraging as much as we can. So I just want to make sure that discussion is part of the overall workforce housing framework moving forward.
Yes, yes, loud and clear, and we do work on that. And I know you're talking with everybody. This dashboard of core metrics needs to share that. The land management ordinance update needs to explore that a little further and go from there. But to start diving in, maintain support partnerships, relationships with community orgs, a lot of what you're going to start seeing here with these headings comes straight out of the strategic plan, straight out of the tactics and strategies you talked about in January, right? So just some updates. We talked about Mr. Alfieri as a member of the Beaufort Jasper Housing Trust, and the Housing Trust is starting to get going. I was in a meeting the other day with a lot of questions about the Housing Trust, where they're investing dollars, what they're investing. I received a letter from them literally yesterday. I read it last night, although not as late as Sean reads his emails, asking us to donate land towards the Housing Trust. So they're starting to turn a little bit and get that engine running. And I think there's some work to do with us to be clear on what we expect moving forward in that regard as we invest. The town completed an asset map of partnerships with Beaufort Jasper Housing Trust. Map includes housing-related community partners, nonprofits, local and state agencies. Really, that's just the foundation and baseline assessment of who's in the business. It's on our website. The town submitted comments recently to staff did to the South Carolina Housing Finance Agency on its latest 2024 draft of the qualified allocation plan for the state low-income housing tax credits, right? So they write the rules and propose them and open it up for public comment. I appreciated Missy and Tammy Hoy Hawkins grabbing a hold of that and just assessing it and comparing notes with what the rules and regs are compared to how it even addresses or acknowledges Hilton Head Island. You approved a creation of a housing action committee, membership from various backgrounds, not limited to workforce housing, real estate, home building, and you can see all those up there. You appointed 9 members. I'll read them. Jack Alderman, Stuart Bell, Candace Birkenhauer, Aix Castellanos, Sandy Gillis, Sarah Jones Anderson, Mark Ochner, Luana Graves Sellers, and Sandy West. So that group starts, Sean, when's the kickoff meeting?
August 22nd is the date right now that we are planning to hold that kickoff meeting, the Housing Action Committee.
Okay. And so August, but late August, and the early action items are what you asked for, and I think you talked about it out loud even at some council meetings. An anti-displacement plan, just to have a plan ready. What is our role? Who else is a community player who can help if the next emergency displacement issue arises with a submittal of a development permit that would cause people to be displaced for different reasons? And to have a support plan in place. And then all of those strategies and actions in that toolkit part that was in Finding Home. And some of that is what you were all talking about, even Ms. Becker. Some of those tools in that toolkit are those encouragements and those tactics and help to convert commercial to residential for whatever reason, right? There's a lot of different tactics in that toolkit. One thing that we always didn't think about isn't just new homes, new opportunity, but I think it's stabilizing neighborhood and stabilizing home. And through the American Rescue Plan funding, $5.1 million received a couple years ago from the town, you as a council over and over have committed funds towards, I think, 2 programs that are starting to really benefit our community. It took us a minute to get going. I'll explain why. We weren't in the business of really assessing a structure to figure out the price, to figure out the cost, to figure out the contract to help improve in a home repair program, right? But that's now with our building safety team, right, led by Chris Yates. And we have received 112 applications for our home safety repair. 79 were approved, and so they're vetted. They're vetted for detail, including qualifications. 24 are under contract. That's a little more than $300,000 under contract. 5 homes only, but 5 homes more than last year completed. 9 tree removals, and so the program's not just for safe and dry home repair, right? Windows, porches, roofs, But if there's a dangerous branch or tree hanging over your house or in your yard, those funds can also go towards that. And we've taken and cut trees. We're not out there removing trees, but dangerous trees with an arborist and some staff assessment involved. Sewer connection, 27 apps received for sewer connection. We approved 20. And for whatever reason, I don't know where those 7 are, why we didn't approve them. Maybe they didn't qualify. Maybe, there's all those details. But for today, 20 are under contract, though. 20 approved, 20 under contract, more than $200,000, and we've completed 18. We've also been asked to take a look at town-owned land and determine what properties could be used for workforce housing. We put a dashboard together. We really put a dashboard together to learn and get smart about it all. What was purchased with real estate transfer fee, bond referendums, different sources of funds through the years. There's a great dashboard on our website. And by no means am I here to tell you today that we have 130 acres for workforce housing, but the exercise was asking me what has so-called strings or not. And there's about 130 acres of our more than 1,300 acres in our asset base without those strings. We've recently met with Habitat, Hilton Head Regional Habitat for Humanity about the expansion of additional sites, and we have received several options for sites. We've talked about some of them. And then also Habitat, as I recall, went through Finance Administrative Committee some months ago, and we talked about putting a game plan together, at least in concept, and bringing it back to you, and we'll work on that and bring that back very early fall. You approved in your budget this year $3.3 million for a new housing fund, so 6 funds this year as a reminder, and 3.3 million is pledged towards that new housing fund. Senator Davis worked with all of us, and in South Carolina they approved the use of state accommodations taxes, 15% of collected state aid taxes to support workforce housing. We're preparing a housing impact analysis. We're not jumping to conclusions to say that we will absolutely use 15% of state aid tax. That's always through a budget process, whether you want to amend the budget this current fiscal year or simply get to the finish line of this fiscal year and have all of the information you need to make decisions come next fiscal year. But regardless, we're completing this housing impact analysis as a staff. That is a requirement to assess your housing to qualify for the use, or at least the concept or potential use of those funds.
Yeah, Mark, as we learned the other day, Charleston has made application for this, and I think it would be something really interesting to follow with them being the first out of the gates, see how they utilize it. So the committee, if they could be on top of that and report back to us, that would be wonderful.
Great. Get that. We're a partner in the Housing Trust. The trust requested apps for interested developers, and I think in an RFQ back in May, over 7.5 million was requested for projects in our region, and they're starting to make decisions. And that's why I think we've got to be close by. I know Mr. Alfieri is doing a great job for you, for the town on the board, but managing that and understanding where they're going is important. North Point Public-Private Partnership. We released the RFP September 2022, so almost a year ago, to look for a development partner. There were 10 companies from across the nation that submitted an RFP. We qualified them. We talked with them. We talked to them several times. We invited them after they qualified to submit an RFP. And then we put a North Point Housing Committee together, a couple council members, a couple community members, to help understand the project and give me advice. There's folks on there with real real estate development, real real estate development financing, real community network experience on that committee, and it's paid dividends. Ben is taking a lead on this project, but this is definitely a project that I am in real time connected with. I'm working on this project myself. I know Ben is a pusher, and he's doing a great job. We are down to close to making a decision, but the markets have changed a little bit. And so before we hurry to bring a development agreement to you, I'm making sure that I'm not setting ourselves up or a developer up for any type of failure or higher risk than we need as we think about pledging land, as we think about pledging $1 million of the federal American Rescue Plan grant towards this project. The goal of the project out of the gate was that on the property that is immediately adjacent to the post office on the north end, right? It's bound by William Hilton Parkway. It's bound by development and people in the back. It's on marsh and tidal marsh on the side, and it's in a great spot. If you look at the project, that is a neighborhood, and so we've started to take a look at the project a lot, and we aren't there yet. I will bring you this project when the markets allow and when the project lines up. Mayor, you and I chatted yesterday about that project a little bit.
Yeah, so as we all are very aware that the capital markets every day seem to face another hurdle. And I really am going to take this conversation back to a 2008 conversation when it was in regards to the Island Rec Association and the building of the new facility. While capital markets were in a total disarray and were a major recession, it was a great time to plan for what was coming because we know that the markets will change and they will improve. So, I'm of the opinion that we're going to come out of this, whatever you want to call it. People say it's a mild recession or not. But with capital markets being tight, the funding for this may not be there, but the planning needs to move forward so that when it does change, that we're ready to implement and move forward. And so it's all about getting your plans in place, understanding the grounds, understanding what the costs are associated with it. And when the capital markets do loosen up, you pull the trigger and move forward. So not to say anything about this project specifically in its acceptance and its moving forward, but we know that capital is a challenge, assets a challenge, so we need to be prepared to move forward if that is still an issue, right? So.
What?
I think North Point is a project that needs to move forward, and the planning makes sense at this time for the reasons that the mayor just said. But a broader issue is we've learned that creating a project on Hilton Head Island for the workforce that's affordable and that will remain in stock over time is a real challenge. And so I think that there is the need to put in the pipeline other projects so that we understand what it's going to take to move a specific project forward. We can't do a North Point one at a time. We have to integrate our planning into the pipeline of workforce housing. And the important thing there is to understand that it has to survive over time because we don't have the capacity to build beyond our shores. And so we have to acknowledge that for workforce housing, affordable housing on the island to be relevant in 15 years or 20 years, it has to survive from a deed standpoint and an agreement standpoint. Now, having said that, that pushes our need for capacity. And the question, Mark, is we have not been able to find a program manager for housing. If we had had that program manager would have been relying on staff to develop a pipeline planning process. Is the program manager essential for us to be moving forward? And if so, is there any way that we could create a position, interim program manager, and somehow go to the community and, and solve the problem.
Yes, a couple great points. I'm going to talk about the project first. What I am working on this project is a project that's multifamily in nature, that has a very high design aesthetic, right? Not just board and batten and color and siding, but that it's an integrated neighborhood that's not a multifamily project and you watch kids play Frisbee in the parking lot, right? So the project has to be right-sized. It has to be a workforce housing project. So you have to work here to live here in that project, and that it's a range of income and family size and unit size so that it houses workers, right? It doesn't just house the high-end worker, the high end of the career salary grade, and it doesn't just house the lower end. It's a mixed income, great project. We have talked, and can I say out loud that Miss will help us? Not yet. All right. All right. Well, I'll just say what we asked. I'm not going to hide behind it. Tammy Hoy Hawkins, who I have a great deal of regard and respect for, is already helping us about 20 hours-ish a week. And we asked her recently if we can simply announce her. She'll be remote. She's in Florida based. She left Greenville and retired from, what's the company? Community Works. And we asked her if for the time being, she can serve and work as our interim program manager. I didn't get an answer yet. So Tammy, if you're listening, hope you're doing great. So, all right. Ask if, what's the quote of the day? Yeah. You don't ask. You
Yeah,
don't.
Mark, before you go on to the next one, because we got 15 plus a bucket of, I think I counted 40 on the tail end. I just want to say, we have numbers by these, 1 and 2, et cetera, through 15. We haven't ranked them, but I want to say out loud that I rank strategy 1, growth management and conservation. Thank you, Sean, for adding that word in there. That's essential, especially in that map. But I want to say that growth management and workforce housing are my number ones tied.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I could, y'all please take my silence around strategy 1 as support and encouragement that we're going in the right direction, okay? And when you opened up, Mr. Manager, you offered up us to give the opportunity in the areas that we may not be doing as well, okay? And I know we've hung our hat, so to speak, on this program manager coming in and waving a magic wand and everything getting better, right? I understand that that is essential to us moving forward. I see strategy number 2 working hand in hand with strategy number 1 as far as our growth framework, okay? And we are, and at this stage of the game, well ahead as far as potential policy decisions be in front of us for strategy number 1 with growth work framework, but not so close with this one. Okay. The words on paper here, as you look at the strategies, don't really suggest policy changes. And I think we have to really consider that as we move along, because you made the comment that we're open for business in a lot of ways when it comes to people coming to create businesses on Hilton Head. But I'm not quite sure that we're raising that same flag when it comes to this, all right? We've taken the lead with North Point, and I agree with Councilman Ames. We can't just rely on that home run. We've got to have some base hits along the way. So I guess what I'm offering in these comments is that this strategy be needled into strategy number 1 as we start to bring policy forward. I mean, we've got funding here, but we have no idea how we're going to distribute that funding, okay? Having the money and not knowing what to do with it, I guess that's good because we got the funds, we're not chasing funding. But I think in order to really thrust this forward, we have to have policy in front of us to give that money out so that we move forward. And as far as where we're going to end up in 15 years, as far as land use plan, this is a huge component if we're serious about having it done here on Hilton Head.
Yes, sir.
And right now, I'm not seeing that connection.
Okay.
Let me put workforce housing through a different lens. I think what we are really trying to do is provide housing for younger people who will grow within this community in order for this community to survive. It needs the energy, the mindset, and the workers for this community to be able to prosper. So I think if you begin to look at it as providing housing for the next generation of Hilton Head Islanders, you're really seeing something that is incredibly more important than just the walls of a structure.
Thank you.
David, I would agree with that. And I listened to Tom Hens yesterday speak to Bluffton Town Council about their push on employees and a drive to pull them in. So, that they've got to be a partner in this as well to make certain that we're getting the message out there that, one, we're putting housing as a priority and we're moving it forward, and it's going to happen. Two, we've got to get people to fill it. And we've got to be, not only open for business, but open for new residents.
Mayor, if I may, agreed that our workforce, our service workers on the island are critically important. The affordability of new families starting their lives here, growing their families here, and becoming an integral part of our leadership of this island is fundamental to tomorrow and the sustainability of the island. What the misstep that might be part of that conversation at this point is the town of Hilton Head Island is a limited government organization. And each time we put the public efforts into something as the primary focus, like workforce housing, we become something other than a limited government organization. We have opportunities for private investment to come in and to help our community build that workforce, service worker, affordable housing for tomorrow's leadership. And I don't want to see us become an organization as a town that thinks we can solve all the problems. We weren't established that way. We don't work that way. And it's, I don't think, from my perspective, in my opinion, the best way to move forward. The private sector needs to be moving in this community and doing the work that needs to be done for tomorrow's future. We are a limited government, and while I've heard in this conversation in the past folks who say, I don't even know what a limited government is, well, we have all been blessed to receive recently several books and know of other books that are written and historically within our documents that clearly states that the town of Hilton Head Island has been established as a limited government and what that means. We are straying away from that. I encourage us to make sure that we don't become something we weren't planning to be.
Mayor, if I can say, if I can come back to what Alex was talking about, looking at, it's page 36 in our book about the Housing Action Committee, and the first task will include an anti-displacement and support plan. And I'm glad to see that moving forward because that's part of the policy that we've been missing. And how do we deal with that? And if we look at those weekly reports about permits and projects that we get, and I'd really love to see the ones highlighted where displacement is going on. I try to do that myself. I print them out, I circle them, I ask about them. But we need to be focused on those. And I'm so glad that we finally are getting this Housing Action Committee together. Looking forward to their comments and suggestions, and glad that they're going to tackle this first because that is essential.
I agree that workforce housing is one of our very top priorities. and I want to support seeing development of this. But I'm concerned about some definitions. Our workforce housing ordinances define workforce housing in a certain way, 60 to 80 AMI. The projects we're looking at are much higher AMI than that. And so are we talking about service workers? Is there a difference between a service worker, who to me is someone who is serving in a store as a clerk, someone who is a waiter, someone like that, whereas the lower form of AMI is truly workforce, but I don't think we're looking at it from that point of view. So I think we need to review our ordinance to make sure we're meeting the requirements we've already imposed on ourselves. Thank you.
As we look at the land management ordinance overhaul, a lot of what we're talking about from that growth policy is important, right? So does the density bonus work? I've been here 2.5 years. Nobody's knocked on the door and said, hey, this is great. How can I sign up? The commercial to residential conversion might work in the open market. I know that somebody's converting some space, probably some storage space above a store, to real units that I understand is for the healthcare industry, right? So, but they didn't come and knock on our door and say to make that happen. But to Mr. Brown's point, I hear you, and I hear you all, and I'm going to go back to this. You told me as you adopted this plan, this is the business I'm in, right? And so developing and supporting those community partnerships and relationships, I think we just got better being able to do that with a Housing Action Committee. I think then the 9 members on there will push internal and external on some of our work. They'll guide a lot of this planning, right? Which is a range of prioritized housing tactics and tools. We have it. We have the toolkit. We can bring that forward. It's just how many items are in the toolkit? Guess.
Probably a couple of dozen.
Right. And so what do we do first, second, third, and fifth? But I know that planning will drive our future revenue. I think we've taken a big step forward from a financial position as much as a mindset position this year by starting a housing fund. We were the first in the state to get behind the state A-tax change, right? I remember the day I had our deputy manager sending it out to all his friends on his listserv, letting them know that town council passed a resolution, at least to look at it at the state level. Loud and clear, I think we're working on a lot of this, and the policy side of it is the big lift. The big lift is the density bonus appropriate in our land management ordinance or not? Is it enough? Is it expansive enough? I don't know. Is the commercial to conversion provisions enough? The displacement strategy, we can put that in place. Incentives, is there an incentive chapter, right? Is there an incentive chapter in our new land management ordinance that encourages, hey, we encourage you to do it, or we incentivize you to do that? Those are decisions that you all have to make with that policy, and we'll bring that forward sooner than later.
Yeah, this is a personal opinion as the mayor, and what I foresee is coming through leadership. It states up there, support partnerships and relationships with community organizations. I am going to lead this council through the agenda to make certain that we are working with every possible organization to provide workforce housing. And I'm going to make certain that we are not only pushing a public-private partnership, but private partnership as well. Right now, there are approximately, I think it is 32 units of commercial conversion between 2 different projects that are coming around, and I know that there are several more that are coming around. The private sector is moving much faster than the public sector. We have North Point on the books, which was brought forward through previous council. We need to see that through and make certain that it happens. We have stated earlier that we have a meeting and talking with Habitat for Humanity about home ownership opportunities. So from a leadership standpoint, I'm going to make certain that we push forward with both public-private and private.
And if I can just jump in one more time in this conversation, thank you for that, Alan. I appreciate your leadership in that regard. One of the points you just made is that indeed the private community has been stepping forward. And again, that acknowledgement in those numbers and that encouragement that we are open for business for them to do more of that is needs to be heard loud and clear. And thank you for that. I also wanted to make a point with regard to Glenn's comment, which is well taken, with regard to the AMI, 60 to 80%. Here, from my perspective, in my opinion, the problem is with not looking beyond that. We can certainly look at those ranges, those lower ranges, and look for opportunities to help folks get established on our island and to work and build their lives here. But then what? If you're looking at the 60 to 80 AMI range and we're using Hilton Head Island's AMI, not Beaufort County, of around $111,000 a year, correct? What happens when you get married and you have combined wages that take you above that? And yet that salary may not be, especially with the given interest rates and where we are, allow you to make that next step out of that public housing. Where do you go? Are you staying on Hilton Head? Unlikely. So when we're looking at AMI, we can't leave it at 80%. We have to look at 130, 150% if what you really want to do is provide quality community development for folks to begin their lives working and raising their children here. So it's a stepping stone, and that folks aren't trapped in a public housing situation, which I don't believe any one of us on this council or one resident in this island wants to see happen. So to limit it to 80% is not doing anyone a favor.
Message heard. And the one thing that we will learn from with North Point, as well as some of this planning work and some other elements, is that the real answer is the support of the housing continuum. We can't just pick one bucket and solve it. You have to allow and support the housing continuum, right? And so we're working on that. So messages loud and clear. I hear keyboards typing. I see Sean saying yes. And we actually are working on this multi-year workforce housing action plan internally and with our consultant right now. We are also firming up the displacement strategy. And so to your point, sir, the policy will be on desks sooner than later. I hear you, and I hear all of you. And I'm going to go back to the strat plan. Adopt major corridor street enhancement policy. So I think some of the takeaway today is that we adopt some improvement plans for our main corridors, right? And those main corridors aren't just primary roads or secondary roads as well, right? So Main Street just as important as William Hilton Parkway, just as important as Arrow Road. A little while ago, I don't know how long ago, weeks, we were with you at a very long workshop. We tested where your mindsets were on some of our work. We have mobilized back at the office, and we will, starting in September, October, November, and into the new year, bring you smaller pieces to assess and digest. So first priority is Northridge area, William Hilton Parkway, some immediate emergency enhancements. We've had DOT here with us. They put their eyes on mid-block crosswalks. They took a look at the map that shows where people are injured, if not killed, with conflict, whether they're driving, walking, or biking. We have a good consulting team on board that understands the dialect of the DOT, but also shares the same mindset as you as we're trying to improve our roads. We're not building a highway. We are trying to connect sides of the road and create safe streets. And so a lot of that work that went through you recently, we will bring back September, October, November in some workshops. I do need to talk with some of you, perhaps all of you, before we get to that workshop so that I'm clear on a couple of questions that were asked at the workshop, and then we'll bring that back. What I'm looking to do is bring those back a little bit at a time to let you assess and digest and give us direction, me direction, and then package them all up with a nice bow on it early next year to say, this is our expectation to implement. That will feed our capital program. It will feed the Beaufort County 1 cent sales tax referendum if it passes, if it moves in that direction. And so I think it'll pay some dividends. There's some other work on here we're working on. Corridor safety, beautification enhancements. We've got a good fund this year in the budget. We've got great staff, no less than Whitaker, who's out and about and trying to improve some corridor landscaping. And we've got other team working on the adaptive signals, which I think, I'm not sure, but the traffic seems calmer. And I keep looking at Sean saying, is that the adaptive signals or not? We are studying traffic patterns. We are still doing our own counts, and we're trying to look at it this month over last month, this month over last year, and trying to understand it, because the traffic is calmer on the way in this morning. How was traffic on the way in? We'll know when the school gets back, but
I'll just give two anecdotal examples. A couple of nights ago, I left work at 5:30. I live out on 170. It normally takes me probably about 50 minutes. I made it 31 minutes.
Yeah.
And then on the way in today, I didn't stop until I got to Gumtree Road. Not even slowed down through the Stony Corridor. So I don't know what's happening, Mark. It could be luck, but I think it's got to be a combination of good planning, better infrastructure, and things are starting to work.
And Sean's the smartest person in the room when we try to give him credit for it. He won't accept any credit for the good traffic because he doesn't want us to blame him for the bad traffic. So,
Mark, we know that our major roads and streets
yeah.
are mostly owned by the county or the state.
Yes, sir.
LATS is the organization that distributes federal funds for highway improvement. We need to get some of our projects on the long-range plan for LATS so that we're seeking other sources of funds.
Right.
There's another source that we need to be dipping into rather than just our own revenue sources.
Right, and we know the routine. Every couple of years, the county will ask us what our favorite or emergency or intended projects are to put them on a potential list, and LATS will ask us. The benefit of this work, while it seems like a lot of planning is going on, I don't know formally what to tell LATS. When you adopt this major corridor improvement plan, we can send that with a cover letter signed and on behalf of all of you that is the town's position on roadway priorities. And then you can also use that same document for the 1 cent sales tax or whatever else we're contemplating.
I hear you. You're absolutely right. We don't have these identified as projects.
Correct.
But when we have them identified as projects, we need to reach our hand into the cookie jar and see if we can collect some money.
Yes, sir.
And if I can add on to that from the state level, I know we need to have our list first, but I think we need to involve Senator Davis as soon as possible in this, because I've already mentioned to him that I think it's a good place for funding from the state to help us out with those improvements.
Yes, and I know he's aware of some ask and some discussion, one of which is Seapine Circle and some other element, so.
May I just also say what I've said for years now? The roads on Hilton Head should be owned by Hilton Head, especially those residential outside the gate roads where we want to provide quality of life to our residents and sometimes are limited on what we can do to help them because we don't own the roads. So I realize there's a cost associated with that. There's long-term expenses associated with that. I'd love to see the numbers again on that, not again such as that I've seen them before. I'd like to see them as a request again to have that conversation so we have an idea what that would look like and whether or not that's part of what we should be planning for the future as well.
Okay.
Thanks.
And I'm going to ask you all that important question in the future as we start getting into a little more of this work. Do you or don't you want to own, control, and maintain and pay for the roads, whether it's primary road, secondary road, or a neighborhood street? Because that's a policy decision, and a lot of times, of course, it's going to cost money, but we also have to make some decisions whether is the state investing in it? If they're not, is it a benefit to own and maintain? There's all kind of work to think through.
It would matter whether or not we're a limited services government.
Well, indeed, if we're a government that's taking care of our residents outside of the gates as equally as the ones inside the gates, it should fall under the purview of the government.
We talked a lot about a complete streets policy. We're gonna dive into that a little more as we come back to some of these workshops. A complete street has bike lanes. A complete street has parking. A complete street has crosswalks. A complete street is as pedestrian-oriented as it is vehicular-oriented, if not perhaps even a higher priority to the person, less the vehicle. And so I really want to make sure I understand from all of you what you define as a complete street, because what I'm hearing sometimes is that we support complete-ish streets. So I really want to make sure that we dive into that policy, because that's going to change the shape and the nature of our streets considerably. Traffic calming policy, and then assisting with the Cross Island Parkway toll booth removal and reconfiguration. We've worked on a bunch of stuff. Council workshops March, July, continue to refine the plans. We're bringing William Hilton Parkway, we call the Northridge area, segment 3, segment 2, that whole stretch, and Main Street as top priorities. We anticipate finally having Main Street in our network transferred with some funding from the regime POA by end of year. And then we, as I mentioned, had DOT here, which I think will pay dividends. Various projects planned as the adopted 24-25 project, a lot of intersection improvements, pathway connections, and some improvements. And you can see some of these other updates. You will see us do some work on that Cross Island toll booth administration building in the early year. At first, I was really excited to see if we could use that building. They transferred the title to us. It is beyond repair. We have done some assessment there. We haven't spent too much time or money on it, but I really wanted to understand it from just maybe Brian and Sean and I and Zenos having an opinion. So we've done some sort of assessment. In the new year, building will be demoed, and we can figure out what to do with that property long term, whether it remains empty or some future opportunity.
Mark, sorry, while you're talking about what to do with that property, we bought some other property. You've already covered how much we bought this year, and perhaps, Mayor, we need to take a look at all this new property we are acquiring and what to do with it all.
I'm sure that would be part of the conversation a little bit later.
Mark, tying together maybe three things that we've discussed. One is district planning / master plan, capacity. If you look at our road system, it can't get too much bigger. Do we really want it to be bigger? So how do you move more population on this island more smoothly? I'm not sure that we're asking all the questions we should be asking in this corridor planning, because we have a conundrum,
yes,
Gordian knot there, that we need to think about, because there is a significant capacity limit for our efficiency and tolerance in the limited roads that we have.
Yeah, and that was my takeaway from the workshop. We came to the workshop with, I don't know, 9, 10 different, I'd call streetscape plans. And we challenged the road, right? The mid-block crosswalk in front of the shopping center when there's a signal 200 feet up the street. We challenged the pattern or lack thereof of crosswalks, nothing consistent. We challenged sidewalk versus pathway versus bollard lighting, low level to cross streets. We didn't challenge the network. We didn't challenge the system. And so my takeaway from that Sean has heard, that Kimley Horn has heard, is as we bring these projects back, looking at Pope or Arrow, we have to look at the street, right? The street's going to drive the real estate on the side, and the real estate is going to drive the street. Those have to be balanced. But challenging that network and that system is important. Parallel roads are the solution. Okay? I do not want it to sound like I've said a couple times, because I read it somewhere, it made me laugh. Widening a road, right? There's a lot of times you have to widen a road, but widening a road for traffic volume is like loosening your belt to lose weight, right? There's other solutions. So Kim, lunch ready? Is this a good place to stop, Kim? Mayor, we okay to stop here? Good. And then we can take a break for about a half hour, have lunch. There's only a whole bunch more strategies to get through. We'll get through them. I'm looking at trying to get through a lot of this work by about 1:30-ish. We have some more public here. Perhaps we could start with some public comment to come back or end the day. But I want to spend some time at the end of all of this for some general discussion. Okay.
you set the table? Dale!
911, where's your emergency?
My husband, he's laying on the floor in the bathroom. He's not breathing.
All right, we have someone en route, okay? Do you know how to do CPR?
I mean, I learned it a long time ago.
I need you to start CPR, okay? I'm gonna stay on the line. I'm gonna walk you through it.
Hello, EMS. Women here. Let's put him on the monitor. Hey, Agent. Dispatch, EMS 1. Notify the coroner.
The Earth is a very special place. Not only is it our home, but it's the only planet that scientists know of where life exists. The diversity of life on Earth is amazing, from microscopic algae to cypress trees, from protozoans to worms to eagles, mushrooms, and bacteria. The keys to life on Earth are the climate and the presence of liquid water, along with the right organic compounds. Earth is not too hot, not too cold. Its distance from the sun and atmosphere keep temperatures moderate, allowing water to remain liquid, which is essential for cellular processes that support life to take place. Radiometric dating indicates that the Earth is somewhere around 4.5 billion years old. It's constantly undergoing large-scale changes due to the effects of plate tectonics. It takes just over 365 days for the Earth to make one revolution around the sun, and it takes 24 hours for the Earth to rotate once. The Earth's axis is also tilted at 23 degrees, which causes seasonal variation in weather. People have long wondered if there's life beyond our own planet. Our search for life beyond Earth first requires scientists to find other stars that have planets revolving around them. These are called exoplanets. In most cases, these planets are very difficult to find and see, so scientists look for evidence that there is a planet present without ever seeing the planet itself. One way to do that is to look for stars that are rotating in a way that indicate they have a planet revolving around them. Let's take this example. This is a star that's rotating without a planet. Compare that to this star that's rotating with a planet. You can see it's moving very differently. It wobbles. Another method is called the transit method. This requires the parent star, the exoplanet, and the Earth to line up just right. As the exoplanet rotates in front of the parent star, the light will dim just slightly. Scientists can look for this slight dimming. The easiest planets to find are the largest, and so far most of the planets discovered are large, Jupiter-like planets that do not have the right conditions for supporting life. Scientists are looking for planets in the habitable zone, also known as the Goldilocks zone. What is the habitable zone? It depends on the size and temperature of the star, but it's the region around a star where it's not too hot, not too cold, so that water remains in a liquid state. NASA's Kepler mission is designed specifically to search our region of the galaxy for Earth-like planets using a very powerful telescope that's focused on space at a small area within the Summer Triangle. Already, thousands of planets have been discovered. Only a handful, however, have the right conditions to potentially host life. Going forward, scientists must study these planets in more detail, looking at speed of rotation, atmospheric conditions, and whether there's any liquid water present. The Earth is a unique planet among many, many other planets that we're only just beginning to discover. The conditions here on Earth have led to the existence of a diversity of life that is just amazing. Next time you're outside enjoying our living planet, take a moment to think about how the place we live really may be one in a million.
Hi, my name's Victoria Hoffman and I'm the recycling coordinator for Beaufort County. Today I'm going to provide a quick Composting 101 tutorial. Composting is a great way to divert food and yard waste from landfills, and it's wonderful for your plants. A few reasons why we like to promote composting are the EPA reported more than 63 million tons of food waste sent to landfills in 2018. In South Carolina, about 30% of waste taken to landfills is yard waste. Composting reduces material sent to landfills and reduces methane released into the atmosphere. So you may be wondering, what is composting? Composting is the breakdown of plant material through decomposition. This happens in nature, but at a slower process. Once the material breaks down, you are left with a nutrient-rich, dirt-like material that you can apply to plants, your garden, or your lawn. Compost helps retain moisture in soil and reduces the amount of chemical fertilizers used in gardens. If you are interested in composting, Beaufort County has Earth Machine compost bins for sale for a great price of $50. You can find more information on purchasing one on our website. The bins are almost at a 50% discount of the normal price. It is easy to assemble and discreet. As you can see, the bins come in 3 parts, so taking them home in your car is simple. The bin comes with 4 screw pegs to secure it to the ground, a harvest door that can slide up and has the capability of being locked. Also, you have a base, a top, and a lid. The compost bins come with a handbook that includes easy assembly instructions. Choosing the location of your bin is important. You want it to be close to your house, in a shaded area, and you need a water source available. You don't want it too far from your home because you want this to be easily accessible. You need a water source, such as a water hose, to be able to keep it moist. A couple of things you will need to start your compost bin are some greens, which is your nitrogen sources. This includes green grass and leaves and garden clippings, and your browns. You need your browns, which are the carbons. Examples of these are dried leaves, twigs, and wood chips. Some other examples of your nitrogen and carbon sources are listed on the screen. When just starting your compost bin, it is ideal to layer your green and brown material in an alternating pattern. Be sure to add water to keep your bin moist, like a wrung-out sponge. Now that your compost bin is set up, you're all set to begin diverting your food waste. When you are in the kitchen preparing your meals, instead of tossing those food scraps in the trash, you can set them aside to dispose of in your compost bin. Things like peels from vegetables and fruits, eggshells, and coffee grounds can all be put into your bin. I like to keep a container on my counter for any scraps that are compostable. A small bin with a lid is ideal to deter any pests or smells. You can also store your scraps in the fridge or freezer until you're ready to take them out to your compost bin. You want to be sure to keep these items out: bones, meat, and toxic plants. Here's a list of other items you want to keep out of your bin. Make sure you turn your bin often. I like to use a pitchfork and work my way around the bin through the top. You can also use a shovel or other garden tools. A properly managed compost bin shouldn't attract pests or rodents, nor should it smell bad. If you're unable to compost outside, you may want to explore vermicomposting. Vermicomposting is when you use worms to facilitate the composting process. It can be done with a small bin and kept inside. If you're interested in composting, please go to the county website to order your bin. Thank you so much for watching and helping us to divert our organic waste. And remember, go green, keep it clean, Beaufort County.
When you look up at the night sky, just about every point of light you see are stars located in our Milky Way galaxy, a giant spiral disk 100,000 light years across. There are somewhere around 200 billion stars in the Milky Way, all rotating around a supermassive black hole at the center. But what binds all these stars together? What keeps them from slingshotting out into space? It's the same force that keeps the Earth in orbit around the sun, the moon in orbit around the Earth, and causes this apple to fall to the ground. Gravity. In the late 1600s, Sir Isaac Newton discovered and described gravity. He developed the law of gravitation to explain the force of attraction between two objects. He found that the closer two objects are, the more force they exert on one another. And the more massive an object is, the more force it has. He created a mathematical formula to describe this force of attraction and showed that the same gravity that pulled the apple to the ground was what held the moon in orbit around the Earth. Gravity is the force that organizes all of the matter in the universe. Each of these students represents a clump of matter in space. Their size or their mass is based on the number of letters in their name. So the more letters they have in their name, the higher the force they exert on their neighbors. Notice that over time, the matter collides and clumps together. Newton's law of gravitation was so successful at describing the motions of celestial bodies that it held up for nearly 230 years. Using Newton's math, astronomers were able to accurately predict the orbits of all the planets, including the discovery of Neptune, except for Mercury. Mercury seemed to be zooming around the sun slightly faster than expected. Enter Albert Einstein. In 1915, he published his general theory of relativity, which improved upon the limitations of Newton's work. Einstein's theory brought space and time together into an entity now called space-time. It's essentially the fabric of the universe, and anything that has mass distorts space-time. So we're going to use this stretchy fabric to represent space-time. And you can see that matter curves space-time. When you have a more massive object, space-time is curved more. So the larger object has a larger gravitational force, and you'll notice that the closer you get to the object, the more curved space-time is. We can demonstrate how the more massive object has a stronger gravitational force by the rate at which the marble falls into it. Objects are not always falling in. Sometimes they're orbiting in space, just like planets orbit around stars. They're moving fast enough not to fall into the star, but slow enough that they don't escape out into outer space. Now in our demonstration, the marbles are eventually falling in to our star, but that's because there's friction. In the vacuum of space, there's no friction to slow them down, and they just basically orbit indefinitely. We can also see that as the planets get closer to the star, they orbit more quickly because space-time is more stretched there. And if we have a really massive planet going around the star, it actually causes the star to wobble. And that's how astronomers look for planets around other stars. They look for the wobble. Einstein's theory of relativity also successfully predicted gravitational waves. Any object moving through space-time creates small ripples in the fabric of the universe. Detecting gravitational waves would provide further evidence confirming Einstein's theory, as well as give us details about major astronomical events. The problem is, only massive events, such as the collision between two black holes, would create waves large enough to be detected, and even then would only cause a distortion 1% of the diameter of an atom by the time it reached Earth. Amazingly, gravitational waves were detected for the first time in 2016 in an experiment called LIGO, or the Laser Interferometer Gravitational Wave Observatory. Gravitational waves might help us understand some of the biggest mysteries of the universe, such as dark matter and dark energy, which make up the vast majority of the universe, but have not yet been observed directly. There is still much to understand about gravity. Scientists have yet to develop a theory that combines our understanding of gravity with the quantum world at the very smallest scale. But the next time you look up at the stars, think about the invisible force accelerating your feet into the ground, the Earth around the sun, and all the stars in our galaxy around the supermassive black hole at its core.
I'm Joe Bogus, and I'm a volunteer with the Beaufort County Library System. For the past 7 years, I've been a board member, most recently, a finance chair for the county library system. This has been a very rewarding and enriching experience, especially since I began my board term, during the height of the Great Recession, when we had very few books and very few visitors. But over time, the board and library leadership have managed to rebuild our finance so that we're spending more on materials now than ever before, and in a greater variety, both hard copy and digital. Growth in Beaufort County means that we have to carefully husband our resources, and this is where volunteers in the library do make a big difference. Susan and I have been here for 18 years, and we know the positive impact libraries can make in our community. Today's library is a new town hall, full of vibrant mixture of programs and offerings. As a board member, I know firsthand the impact that we can make and how important it is to have people spend their time and talents on making Beaufort County a better place. This is our home, and this is why I make this investment in both my time and in my community. This very briefly is why I serve, why I'm asking you to consider spending your time also for the Beaufort County Library. Thank you.
To see a listing of Beaufort County's agencies, boards, and commissions, or to fill out an application, visit www.beaufortcountysc.gov/boards and commissions.
I'm Natalie Hefter, and this is your Beaufort County Moment. In the 1930s, Honeyhorn on Hilton Head Island was owned by two men from New York, Alfred Loomis and Landon Thorne. They entertained hunters and enjoyed their visits to Hilton Head. But while they were not here, Alfred Loomis had a laboratory at his home in Tuxedo Park, New York. There he entertained some of the nation's best scientific minds. He was involved with the invention of Loran radar system and funded many scientific projects during World War II. His cousin was Secretary of War Henry Stimson, so he was very involved in many of the projects during the war. It's hard to imagine sleepy little Hilton Head Island, full of its rattlesnakes, having host to Alfred Loomis and some of his scientific minds, but they did enjoy their visits to Hilton Head Island. I'm Natalie Hefter, and this has been your Beaufort County Moment.
To see more Beaufort County moments, go to the Beaufort County Library homepage and click on the Local History tab. Traffic in Beaufort County can be a challenge, but we can make your commute a little easier. Traffic cameras are now live on the County Channel. Each weekday morning at 6:30 and in the afternoon at 3:30, you can view the cameras live from the Beaufort County Traffic Management Center. From Highway 278 and 170 to Highway 21, you can view them live. That's the traffic cameras only on the County Channel.
Two exceptions. It's a lot, though. It's like, yeah.
In every group. It's
Yep.
like,
Yeah,
okay,
you
you're
do.
that person.
Yep, you always do.
All right, we'll give everybody a couple minutes to wrap up before we get started again, so if you could take your seats, that would be wonderful. All right, Mr. Orlando, once you finish your text, we'd be more than happy to get started. We got to have fun. Got to have fun.
All right, hope everybody had a good lunch. Do you want to start with some public comment or maybe rest and try to do that around 1:30?
Yeah, I would rather do it around 1:30, get through some of this first.
All right. Well, I'm going to go as fast as you let me right now with a lot of this work, because I think a lot of the heavy lifting was before lunch, and some of this is updates, and some of this is stuff that you've seen at Town Council. I'll, of course, slow down on those elements that we didn't talk too much about at Town Council, especially lately. So I think we all know what's going on with the William Hilton Gateway Corridor Parkway. Items 4.1 through 4.7 have outlined the work we still have to do for the Town Council to contemplate municipal consent and beyond municipal consent, clear project direction. This is a Beaufort County project. The DOT is involved. We know what the particulars are. I think some of the big takeaways are that we do have this executed memorandum of understanding with Beaufort County. There are several steps, so to speak, several items to complete, one of which is a joint independent review with the county and consultant. We are working on that. In parallel, we are also working on our own. I know that a committee is in place on our end to work in that regard. And then we also hosted a recent meeting with DOT leadership, and we had some conversation about the system, the network, and definitely different areas on our island, Pope Avenue being one. But definitely, I'd say the star of the show that day and in those conversations was the William Hilton Parkway Gateway Corridor. All right, so it's just an update today. We're taking time. Part of that has to be a Stony Corridor master plan. We are doing an assessment right now of the Stony neighborhood. I think it's going to be a lot easier to understand opportunity compared with impact when we have a Stony area concept in place, right? So a true baseline inventory of property ownership, of right-of-way, of public space, public property, as well as a comparable to understand what properties are being impacted and by how much. I think that is going to help you understand the whole concept. So that's also a part of that 26 items.
Yep, sorry, one quick question about that. How does that fold into our district planning process?
Yeah, it folds in well. This is almost a sub-area of a district. You created your own advisory committee in February. Mayor Perry and several others sit on that. Sean is the point person. They're taking an entire look at the system from Cross Island all the way to the bridge, all the way to Sea Pine Circle. The RFQ was advertised on June 9th. Responses received in July. I believe, two different companies submitted. Many more were interested. Many more participated in a pre-bid, but 2 submitted. According to Sean, they're both great companies. And the advisory committee last met on August 3rd, and the direction to Sean and path forward is to interview both with a contract award expected by end of August, September, by the time we negotiate that contract. And once in place, that'll take about 4 to 6 months. There's always a speculation that we're holding the project up. I've heard from folks, hurry up, town has to do something, sense of urgency. And I'll reiterate, there's nothing that we're doing within this timeline that will hold the project up. There are still funds to be found. There's still the finding of no significant impact permit, so to speak, to be submitted to Federal Highway. And last I checked, that was not submitted yet by Beaufort County. That's on them. And then we still have some work to do. So work in progress. Commence the operations of the Gullah Geechee Historic.
One thing on, Mr. Mayor, just one comment.
Yes, sorry, sir.
No worries. Councilman Stanford touched on this earlier. Obviously, this is a project that we have to have some really intense dialogue with our counterparts at the county. And Mr. Orlando, you've always been really good at setting forth sort of critical path on projects. And I appreciate where we are, where we will probably be in 4 to 6 months. But I guess my head is down the road a little bit more as to how we pull all this together around the memorandum of understanding and have our local county reps bought into the direction that we're going. And you don't have to answer that today, but I think that's important for us along the way.
We'll add that element or make sure it doesn't disappear. Thank you, sir. So commencing the Gullah Geechee Historic Neighborhoods Community Development Corp., items 5.1 through 5.6, facilitating the community redevelopment within the Gullah Geechee Historic Neighborhoods that benefit residents, fostering, promoting redevelopment and sustainability and stabilization of those historic neighborhoods with a promotion and focus on cultural resources and assets to enhance quality of life, right? So all these things, you know, it's in the bylaws, it's baked well into the bylaws of the Development Corp. And so where are we? You've appointed as a council 5 members of the board. The members of the board are Councilman Ames, Councilman Brown, Mr. Terry Brubaker, Reverend Lewis Johnson, and Miss Shirley Peaches Peterson. Miss Peterson is the board chair. We've been working closely with Zendaya and Lisa. We've recruited the executive director. We've had more than 90 applications come in. I think at last count, we're probably somewhere around 105, 110 or so. Lisa's like even higher. Applications, many of which are qualified. And we're starting to wind down the interview process and trying to select some finalists and start meeting them in person and interviewing them in person. Their job is going to be the executive director of the nonprofit, of the 501c3 as it's established, of the development corporation with the bylaws, and then there's some to-dos right out of the gate, right? Adopt their own strategic plan, bring it with you and to you at council, but work with that board to establish it, work with that board to implement it. The corporation held its first meeting on May 17th, met again on the 7th, and then a whole bunch more time since then to start the interviews. And thanks to the work of the state and Senator Davis and all of you, as I mentioned early, there's a startup budget of 5.3 or so million dollars, all of which came from the federal government, the state, and or the county through the federal government or the state. So we haven't taken any town resource, any funding yet for that work. A SWOT analysis of our island resiliency plan. I'm not going to get through item 6.1 through 6.9, but you have seen that on your town council agenda. What committee did that go through? Did it go through committee? Yeah. Okay, public planning made the recommendation, found its way to town council, and what you approved is the scope of work for this project. And so once you adopted that scope of work, we set off to start working. In the meantime, we still are focused on adding tide gauges and participating in sea level monitoring. We've put 2 new tide gauges in April, and in addition to the one we put in 2022. The RFQ was shared with the new office, right? The South Carolina Office of Resilience. We shared our RFQ with them and got some feedback. We were awarded a grant of $56,000 and change to help build the plan. That's not the whole cost. The other costs are in our stormwater budget, stormwater utility fees, and some other general fund, I believe, to fund that project. The RFQ for the resilience plan was adopted or sent out on June 9th. 5 submittals were received a month later in July. And then we are recommending a contract award expected September, and then an update to Public Planning Committee in September. Just to be clear, the contract award is not a town council action, it's a staff action. We have some amazing companies and teams that have submitted, and we will hire a good one within budget, within scope, and within our desired expectations. So stay tuned on that.
Mark, one quick comment about that. The state of South Carolina adopted its own really long resiliency plan. So I'm sure that's going to be considered by our selected consultant as well. So
yes.
I have not read it all, but I have
Right.
seen reference to it.
Yes. Capital improvement program. The way we've taken a look at our capital improvement program as of late, as of the last couple years, we know it's a 5-year program. We know that's mandated in state law, and we fund every year and we project years out. We have a lot of work to still figure out in that whole CIP program. I heard a great public comment earlier today about just lining up the projects, the priority, the expectation with a real fund growth plan. But we have focused on beaches, pathways, roadways, parks, facilities and equipment. Where's the next one? Sorry, I lost it. Fleet, land acquisition, and housing. As we know, we've taken housing out as a fund and we put it into its own housing fund, but we still look at housing as part of the capital improvement program if we're working on any sort of housing infrastructure investment. You have adopted the Islanders Beach Park Master Plan. We're going to move forward as soon as the season's over to put a pathway in to make it safe, but then we're going to really dive in to start the design, engineering, in bids, construction bids for the Islanders Beach Park, always being mindful of beach season. So we're going to work around the peak, but that project over time will get built. Beach volleyball, we focused on that. We've heard a lot about beach volleyball. We just putting some beach volleyball courts up in front of the tiki hut like the old days and making a little investment down there will go a long way. We're almost putting them back where they first were. Dreesen Beach Boardwalk replacement as soon as the season's over. Folly Field Beach Park Boardwalk replacement, ditto. And then of course we're working on the beach renourishment, permitting underway and a lot of that pre-planning for the 2025 beach renourishment. Pathway, you can see it up there. We finished the Shelter Cove Sculpture Trail. If you haven't been out there, go park in one of the town areas or at Shelter Cove and go visit that trail. It's pretty spectacular. Great job by a team. Focusing on Palmetto Bay Road, Arrow intersection. some pathways at Cordillo and Pope and Shipyard, Shelter Cove Lane, Woodhaven Drive. And what's not on here is the work we're doing on Jonesville to really figure out that pathway. I know that staff's made that a priority. And there's more in our CIP program that I could have put on here, but I'm just highlighting those real active projects that we're pushing hard to start construction on in that regard. Roadway program implementation. So we went from beach to pathways to roads. We're focused on that adaptive traffic signal. Mary, you asked a question earlier to Sean how much time it's taking, or somebody asked how much time it's taking for the growth management work. The adaptive traffic signal is definitely more than a project manager. It's all hands on deck. From IT to our transportation team to Sean's help, definitely Brian McElwee, and a lot of staff time. I mean, we've put that signal system in and realized that something was tripping at a lot of the signals, not all equally, but some. And so we had to go back and work with Palmetto Electric and work with the vendor who traveled from Germany to start figuring out why some signals were working as designed and programmed, and others the wires were tripping and the timing was off. We pushed hard to communicate that. We built a website, we put a phone number, we put an email, and we asked the community, if you see something that's off, tell us. Right? Because the only way to test this system is turn it on. And the longer it's on, the smarter it gets. And so that system is almost in place. But beyond that, Beach City to Dillon Road, near-term improvements. We'll be back to Town Council September, October with some of those design considerations, and we will work with DOT before we bring them to you instead of just suggesting something that they won't support in some of those. See a lot of dirt road paving work up here. I appreciate staff's focus on that. I know there was a workshop last night, well attended? Good. Some corridor landscape improvements. Be on the lookout between now and December 31st. Some real important landscape improvements, as well as some enhanced pedestrian connection striping and whatnot in some of our important, well-traveled areas. Main Street we talked about. We're close. Somebody asked me out in the hallway, why is Main Street taking so long? Full disclosure, we said we would accept the road. As we went to accept the road, we didn't have all the signatures that we needed to accept. We had a decision to make whether we were accepting a donated road or if there were some other legal actions we needed to take to acquire that road. We are still working towards that, and I anticipate that those folks that are donating Main Street to have their donation in place by the end of the year with the funds that were indicated by Town Council out loud, transparent in the transfer.
Just to be clear, not signatures from our side.
Yes, sir.
Just to be clear.
Parks, we talked Mid-Island Phase 1. You know, Phase 1 is a stabilization and enhancement of the stormwater program, pathway, bathroom, restroom facility, and some parking. Phase 1 is getting that stormwater solution, not just at the park itself, but in that sub-area appropriate. We're working on some enhancements to Coligny Circle, Chaplin Community Park, Rackets Facility, Crossings Park, Patterson, Taylor, and some others are coming back to you sooner than later as another workshop. I mean, we had a long road workshop. We also had a long park workshop. We talked about tennis. Pickleball is a priority. We're moving forward right now with a contract at Old Schoolhouse Road Park to resurface those 6 courts as soon as we own that park. And then lastly, we will bring Chaplin and Rackets and Crossings and all of those projects back to you. You gave us some good feedback at the workshop. I think that we learned a lot, whether we're focusing on a pool at Chaplin, pickleball at Chaplin, or other solutions at Chaplin. You gave us some work to do. We're working on it right now, and we'll be prepared to come back in about 60 days to start. And my hope is moving along and getting these master plans approved and underway so that we can program different phases as we start thinking of this current CAP program as well as next year's and beyond. So stay tuned for that.
So,
I'm sorry.
go ahead, Tammy. Go
Thank you, Patsy. Mark, I just want to address one of the park issues on this slide. The old schoolhouse park pickleball courts. I know that it's underway. I know pickleball is a priority. I know that the pickleball club and players across the island have been passionate now for years, having even gone to the extent of collecting their own, through fundraising their own dollars to help in any way they could to get this moved forward. I appreciate the work that's being done. I was asked to attend by the pickleball club to attend a meeting out at Adriana with regard to the refurbishment of those courts. I know that you and I have spoken, and I understand process and timing and phasing and the fact that we first have to get through owning the property. But I would like to ask you, as I have, and the council to make that a priority in terms of phase 2 that would bring in the sewer and the water and be able to really provide an appropriate type of facility there. We are a population of slightly older people, and the conditions out there are not conducive to health, and I think that has to be made a priority. I've heard it said both from our residents and from our town manager today that we do things the right way, and doing it right as we move past the reconstruction into the phase 2 as a priority. I'm asking for support for that we do it right for our residents. So I'm going to leave that on the mayor to ask our council to make that a priority to move that forward. Thank you.
Right, as a reminder for everybody too, town council approved in the fiscal year 24 budget $250,000, Sean, $250? $250,000 for Old Schoolhouse Road Park to invest in the facility. The bids just came in. We refined them a little bit, had to make some decisions. A little more than $100,000 to do a great job to resurface those courts. And so staff is lining that up. We've identified a good in-house project manager. We've got some good bids. We've taken a look at them. Did we pick the color of the courts yet? I think they're blue.
They're blue. Isn't that correct, Brian? Blue courts?
Well, I understand the color is important. I don't want my point to be missed. It's really a shade facility and a bathroom and really doing it to the standard of excellence that.
Well, I hear you. The phase 1, though, does not have a bathroom plan because the utilities aren't there. I think it's just important. So I think what I'm hearing Ms. Becker asked me is to put phase 2, that would include a bathroom, an expanded parking lot with ADA spaces, barrier-free, as well as ADA spaces as part of that plan. And I will work with Mayor on when to put that with the rest of the parks on it. It's not a hard to do, but we have to just be mindful that we're also looking at Old Schoolhouse Road Park as part of the Stony neighborhood corridor, and that we have to make some decisions, not just thinking about pickleball, but thinking about the long game in the context of the Stony neighborhood and the neighborhood park through there. So again, not to complicate it, but I know that at the very least, and by no means was I lightening that, I'm excited that they're all the way down to the detail of what color. The fence is great, they'll put some shade, and they'll make some improvements. And the good news is, of the $250,000 earmarked, we're spending less than half to get the 6 courts right now. So stay tuned. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mark, I just want to jump in. Sorry, the previous slide showed a little bit about the timing for the Chaplain Community Park renovation for those who are interested in pickleball at that location. Just to point out, someone can't read those dates, what our expected timeline is on that. And yes. I agree with you about, I've been out to the Adriana Lane, Old Schoolhouse Park. The access there is really difficult, getting in and out. And so we do need to take a careful look at what we're going to do there.
Right. Yeah. Thanks, Ms. Bryce. And I tried to jump over that timeline when I saw it up there. I'm like, I don't want to get into that today, but I hear you. Because that's intention, right? If we could bring it back to you, to a workshop in October, and have a decision made at Chaplin, and we would get it on the Parks and Rec Commission in November, and Town Council approval in December or January, depending on what the agenda stack looks like in December or January, we could have Chaplin Community Park decided upon with some funds in this year's budget to get going, and then think through what that early phase stabilization of design and permitting looks like, and then really dive into Chaplin Park next year. These schedules are in place, right? I think I said earlier about process. The process is there. It's just what's the flavor of Chaplin Park? What's the Crossings Park? Is it 5 fields with a 400-foot field somewhere else, or is it 4 fields at Crossings? We have to do a different job, better job, before we get back to you at workshop based upon all of your good input you gave and the public input we received to date. So we'll get there. What I will bring you back, though, is parks that don't include tennis and rackets and parks that do. So you can think about right-sizing that and maneuvering. Is it all in at Chaplin or not? And so let's talk about the rackets facility along with Chaplin, along with some other options. And let's talk about Patterson and Taylor as real neighborhood investment, separate days, separate work. So, Town Hall facility, we're constantly putting Band-Aids on that building, so I think that'll remain on there. We do have some structural issues there, but what we have done is we've improved some technology in the building once and for all. So that will never be lost no matter what happens. That building definitely has some great technology in there right now. We're also working on some of these other pieces, including this parking master plan, right? Installation of gates, cameras, equipment. I know at Community Service Public Safety Committee the other day, you started to talk about the parking plan and the parking regs and the parking rate structure, and a lot of that policy work, a lot of the policy decisions that need to be in place before we go live with this program. But you have approved the funds, we've approved the contract, and we are installing the technology and the hardware in the system as we're working with you on the policy decisions.
Mark, is that anticipated to be in place and operable by the next summer season?
Yes.
Duly noted. Thank you.
Historic Mitchellville Freedom Park parking lot. We've cleaned up modern classic motors and some stormwater work at Gumtree Road. We're doing some surveying and design, and a lot of that work has proven to take a lot longer in these days than other days. So land acquisition manual. This is one that is on the strategic plan, and it's a manual that's been in place for some time, for a long time. It hasn't been updated since 2005, and you had told me in January, and then again as you adopted the plan, to evaluate the land acquisition manual for parks, open space, conservation, town facilities, commercial, workforce housing, development rights, preservation of historic neighborhoods, and identify potential funding sources. We didn't get started on this yet. I keep thinking we're going to. I keep waiting to see if Sean can handle it, or Ben can handle it, or someone else can handle it, Josh included, and we just really haven't dove into this yet. We still have some months left to get there, and we will. But what we have done since January is, with your decisions, the town has purchased several properties, and one that's not on here actually is some other work negotiated, is the Cross Island building, right? I was told Josh on break, we bought that one for free. And so we've acquired 5 properties since January. The use of real estate transfer fee. We will use, for some properties, accommodations tax at closing. John Troyer, right? A tax. Beach preservation fee. Hospitality tax. And starting to take a look at all of those sources of funds that are available to us in those, I would call, transfers into our budget, not the general fund, not the standard revs in our budget, but those transfers in we talked about at time of budget prep and approval. So good news, we've also put $1 million in its own fund, I'd say playing offense, to save dollars for land acquisition in this year's budget. We can use real estate transfer fee, A-tax, beach pres, H-tax, hospitality, and we are also starting to work very closely with the Beaufort County Green Space Sales Tax Advisory Committee with a lot of communication, direct communication to Senator Davis, who's helped program that, as well as through our own representative, as you appointed, Mr. Peter Christian, GM of Hilton Head Plantation, but also your appointment on that committee. So that's a great source of dollars. That's $100 million, and those dollars are in place to buy density rights, to buy property in whole or in part. But there's also some policy that they're working on right now to qualify projects as well as ask for contributing funds, matching funds. And that's a sliding scale as I first saw it. So we're working on that policy side of it, giving some opinion to Beaufort County through Mr. Christian as well.
Mark, may I add a comment on that? I think in the long run, what will distinguish Hilton Head Island is our care of preserving edge conditions, whether it's on the marsh, the ocean, or our roadways. And so I think to some degree, our land acquisition program ought to have conservation as a part of it, but also a priority of edge conditions. And whether it's outright purchase or the purchase of easements, I think we as a town ought to be proactive in trying to protect those long term. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. A SWOT analysis of the Hilton Head Island solid waste recycling. Council approved the approach on the SWOT back in May. A contract was signed with A. Goldsmith Resources in June, and a draft report and finding is due to us in November. When we receive that, digest it, understand it, perhaps give some comment back and get it back to you, this will be ready for committee work and eventual proposal to town council, and a lot of work with Beaufort County along the way, early into next year. Measuring the performance, really refining the marketing plan and measuring performance. We've got items up there that have been laid out: survey current metrics, review the metrics and recommendations, support the DMO Marketing Council, continue to monitor and include ecotourism, cultural tourism, wellness tourism, sports tourism into the marketing materials. We received and reviewed those industry metrics in April. The established community cornerstone element and metrics are in the DMO marketing plan. The Marketing Council will convene in February already, it seems like around the corner, to start talking about next year's, and that the involvement, inclusion of those elements, ecotourism, sports tourism, and those things in between, have been priorities within the most recently adopted plan. I think what is going to make a lot of difference isn't just what's in the plan, but how that's measured forward and how we see those results getting into that February planning and reporting from this current year.
Yeah, I'd just like to note for the people that are watching and those that are in the audience that council did one-on-one, two-on-two meetings with the chamber and staff to get a better understanding as to their goals, our goals, and it was a great effort to open up communication and put things on the right track. So I just want to let the community know that as well.
And Mayor, if I can add to that, during those meetings with their consultant on their strategic plan, we learned that there are better, newer metrics to be used. And so I would ask us to take a look at those newer metrics that, as I understand, better reflect some of the values that we identify as being Hilton Head values. So let's please take a look at those new metrics. I don't have them, I don't have access to them, but I do know there's some newer, better metrics to be used.
All right.
Thanks.
Okay.
Yeah. This is an important topic for a variety of reasons, and I think those are all good statements up there. My suggestion would be that sooner than later, the mayor, you, Mark, create a small committee to begin understanding what Patsy just said. What are the metrics? What's the alignment with our comp plan? What's the communication we want with the DMO going forward? You know, client agent relationships and so on. I think all those things need to be thought about in advance of our discussions on the contract this time. So I think there's a lot of work that needs to be done sooner than later. Thank you.
Understood. Josh is typing. Angie, got it? Mr. Davis, be a good way to dive into some of that work and that role. Assessing alternative rev sources and funding opportunities. It's clear up here, right? We're taking a look at land acquisition funding, the Beaufort County Green Space, in addition to what we already used through the years. The success of the program we have with as much land has been very creative, but also very stable, non-risk ways, right? Means to leverage dollars and invest those dollars in land acquisition. But that green space program is ripe for us right now. We talked at the strategic plan, assess a voter referendum. We also talked about dedicated funding for workforce housing, and because of this, we started that new fund and put 3.3 into it. Evaluate the Mid-Island TIF. We didn't dive into that yet, but that's a great opportunity to take a look at that Mid-Island district, and if you'd like, think through a TIF district in that regard that could help fund those public projects in the Mid-Island area. Assess development permit fees and propose necessary adjustments. We did that this year. I think we added, we took a look at short-term rental permits, and we took a look at development permits and a stormwater permit fee. That alone added, those alone added around $2.2 million of recurring funds annually to our budget. It also indicates that we need to conduct a stormwater utility rate study. We are currently the highest rate in the region by a bunch of bucks. But to really assess it, my advice back when and remains today, let's finish the resilience plan first and see what that capital cost could be and really measure it against our level of service and expectation and take a look at our rate at that time. I think that's the appropriate way to look at that. Assess municipal bond capabilities, the installment purchase rev bond, the municipal improvement installment purchase revenue bond, and also adopt an A-tax funding policy. So you can see, and just from your own knowledge, we're well underway of a lot of this work. We really haven't dove into 11.4 or 11.8 yet, but we're starting to think through the longer game of revenue. We've been working closely, I've been working closely with Mr. Brown as the chair of the Finance Administrative Committee on how to really digest a lot of this on agendas as we move forward.
Mark, could I make a comment, please, on the green space?
Yes, sir.
Referendum? That's a sales tax referendum, and something like 25% of the sales tax revenue in this county is developed on this island. So we need to be assured that we're going to get our fair share of that $100 million towards green space preservation here on Hilton Head Island.
Yes. Thank you, sir. I've made that clear to Peter. I believe Peter's made that clear to that committee, and that as we work closely with the interim or future administrator of Beaufort County and the chair of county council, we'll make sure that we're looking at that, and what that means is $25 million. There's a bunch on this page, establish land acquisition funding strategies. Again, we haven't updated that manual to clearly state where all those revs are, but in the work that we've just done to acquire the properties, we've used more than just a real estate transfer fee, and we aren't just trying to use general fund to acquire property. We are researching the new state law that allows the use of A-tax funds for housing. There's some work to do there. I'm not sure I really can give you great advice on how to exactly to use it today, but I know that that housing study needs to be in place, that housing assessment, and that we're also bringing Municipal Association of South Carolina that had a lot of work behind this with their folks to town soon to really dive into that work. Beaufort County is considering a possible voter referendum. You'll hear a lot more about that on Tuesday evening at council. We've used recurring and non-recurring funds in the fiscal year 24 budget for workforce housing. You're also considering other forms of funding, and that you established a housing action committee, and I know that that will be some of the work they do too. At the end of the day, in the budget is where I've lined up with our fearless leader, John Troyer, of all those different sources of revenue. And I think that this year, the addition of $10 million into this year's budget, above and beyond just a general fund use, has been a testament to us using those dollars a little differently and more appropriate to what you want to accomplish. We haven't evaluated the Mid-Island tax increment financing district yet, but the first step in a TIF is to have a great plan in place that prioritizes projects based upon community needs assessment. And so that work is done. If we get into that, we'll get into that in the new year. You adopted a new fee schedule in this year's budget. And then, like I said, we've been talking with Finance Administrative Committee about the municipal bond capabilities. Short-term rental program.
Mark,
Yeah.
sorry, just one quick, I'll
Try.
try to be quick with my comments right now. So with regard to, we had a public comment with regard to our strat plan and all the things we're trying to accomplish in funding. And I'm hoping that this gives some further information about all the different areas we're considering in looking at funding sources to be able to do the things that the community has told us they want us to do. Thanks.
All right. The way I've been looking at it with John, and in some of my conversations with Mr. Brown, is the budget's intact, right? We have a robust, very robust capital improvement program, and it's funded by cash this year and most likely next year, simply because we can't build projects fast enough based upon life cycle of capital project, right? Your work together to decide on what to do, the real design permitting, surveying, design permitting, and then mobilizing and bidding and making sure those bids come in at budget or below, or refining scope. By the time we go back and forth on a lot of that to build the project right with the dollars we have, it's taking time. And so we can't build and spend in 12 months, right? That shot clock isn't only 12 months. But if we are adopting a Rackets facility master plan and a Chaplin and a Crossings and a Patterson and a Taylor, and a lot of those are CDBG funds, the last two, but not all. And then a few others, let alone some roads and the 1 cent sales tax project list. You have to decide, and I'll help, but you have to decide what we're trying to spend and when is the right time to look at alternative revenue sources beyond our current budget. Our budget is so healthy. It is, if not the very best, well-balanced budget aligned with strategic plan and expectations for cap projects. But where we need to improve is year 2, 3, and 4, right? We're really good last year and this year, but I think that's a lot of our work we need to do. And so I think a lot of that assessment of should we move forward with a TIF district in Mid-Island right now? Are we ready to build, but know that borrowing money is going to take us 6 to 9 months. So we have to be ready and cognizant of that.
Mr. Mayor, let me just add to that. I sort of feel like this strategy, number 11, in the sequence of the conversation should probably be at the end, because much of what we're talking about doing, we can't do without funding. And I want the public to understand that this council currently is reaping the benefits of previous councils being bold enough to bond. Okay, so I don't want us to be reluctant about the whole idea of borrowing money, because that is what it's going to take for us to stay pace with our expectations. We have core values. One of them is excellence. You cannot be excellent without having the funding opportunities to get there. So I'm just trying to open our minds and thoughts around this topic. I understand it is somewhat scary, but at the same time, if we are looking for the outcome to be the same that it has been over time, this is something that we have to take seriously.
Thank you, sir. Doing pretty good for time. Short-term rental program. For today's sake, I would just dive in a little bit of the data. Review data obtained through our short-term rental software and evaluate permits, location, magnitude. So are we doing that? Absolutely. I've sent you a couple of emails here and there on some of that data. But GovOS, which is our software system, but really the software that's mining, so to speak, the space where social media and website market and reserve short-term rentals. And so what we've learned. So from January 3rd to July 19th, there were a little more than 15,600 active listings. That does sometimes things list twice. GovOS has identified 7,585 short-term rentals with active advertisements. So that means there's that many short-term rentals being advertised on Hilton Head Island. We received 6,825 short-term rental permit applications. Not all of those are approved. There's still about 200 pending. Why? Well, we're still getting information from them. Some don't have a business license. We aren't giving you a short-term rental permit if you don't have a business license, so we're working. It's about 200. Our inventory of the 6825, or I should say, 72% are villas, 28% single family, 70% of our inventory, our permit inventory, which is 6625, is concentrated, so 70% Sea Pines, PD, Forest Beach. And we're collecting data from short-term rental permit apps on how many are you advertised as occupied, number of bedrooms, available parking spaces, as well as other data. So what we said a year plus ago, hey, we're going to put this in place. We'll put the rules of engagement in place. We'll measure it. We'll monitor it. We'll increase the expectations of how you treat the home, let alone how you treat the resident next door in the neighborhood. As this program came in place, we're measuring it. It's successful. Early on, GovOS said that they anticipate a 90% compliance rate by the first year. We're currently at 89, right? So in terms of compliancy, we have 6825 permits applied for with 7585 active advertisements. So we've been very diligent to put a communication plan together, to hold stakeholder meetings, not just before and during and right before you approved it, but after the fact, really to ask how are we doing with some of these larger scale project managers. Drew Brown comes to mind. What a great resource he's been, because he's told us what's going well and what he needs us to think about a little differently, at least from his lens, as well as some others have shared that. We've had social media campaigns, TV news interviews, press and news release, email blast, web page, public meetings, stakeholder meetings, directly and in a group, and on and on. And we do have a short-term rental public dashboard. We've received about 143 complaints. That's through the GovOS, and it's not perfect to start, I'll admit that, right? You need to put some garbage in, garbage out. We are also learning on how to mobilize, and when someone's putting a complaint directly via an email, that's not picked up by GovOS. Is picked up by me or staff and straight to Bob. I appreciate Bob getting out there on a Friday night or a Saturday morning if he needs to with his team. But of the 143, 39% were parking complaints, 34 noise, 13% trash, 7% illegal rental, and 7% others. I think our program's doing well because we're quick to respond. All right, and I give Bob and his entire team, 5 or 6 folks there, as their priority, and how they mobilize to just get out, knock on the door, move a car, quiet the noise, and report that. But we also report back to the homeowner and the property manager, not just the person that parked in the wrong space. So I think all of that's really working well.
Mark, if I may just for a second stop there, and yes, Bob and his team are doing a phenomenal job. The Sheriff's Department, when involved, are doing a phenomenal job. What I want to just address is the 143 complaints through GovOS. Yes, you've acknowledged that sometimes I think you, Josh, staff, all get complaints directly to you. I'm sure that each council member sitting up here also gets complaints directed at us. But I would ask if we can go and make sure that we're checking in with the planned development, Palmetto Dunes, Sea Pines, others who are also getting complaints that don't necessarily, that they're addressing themselves internally, and make sure that we're adding those numbers to our overall number. And the reason it's important is I know through various conversations, people are looking at 143 complaints and they're looking at these percentages and they're saying, so what was the big deal? And I think that if you take all those various places, add them together, it's more than 143 complaints. And I want to be able to answer that question with that answer cumulatively.
Okay.
So, but yes, absolutely. Thank you to Bob and his team. It has made a big difference, I believe, this summer. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mark, I'd like an explanation of 15,000 or so total ads out there, but only 7,800 rent units, and fewer than that are. What's the doubling? Is it just 2 ads?
Here's an example. Some are, one ad's on Airbnb, the other ad is on VRBO. Same unit.
Together as one?
Yeah, same unit. We just look at the ads, how many ads are out there, where are they being advertised? But the real number, sir, is that GovOS, through their investigations, have identified 75, 85 units.
Thank you.
Again, yes, sometimes 2 ads. Right? If I'm putting my house on Airbnb, I might also list it somewhere else.
And I guess a question that's tied to Glenn's question is, how often is that being looked at? Is that on an ongoing basis? Is it every 6 months?
Every day.
Every day. So, okay, that's it. Thanks.
We're in the business. Every day, we're in the business. We're in the investigating business, the inspection, enforce every day.
I'd like to follow up on short-term rentals. Tomorrow, the Public Planning Committee is going to be dealing with LMO amendments that, in my opinion, are principally driven by the conflict we have between private residential communities and the scale of short-term rentals and the parking demands of short-term rentals. To me, the crux of the short-term rental issue is more geographic. It's where they enhance or are easily assimilated into an area and where they are not. So my question is, when is council going to grapple with that crux, that sort of pivotal issue? We're touching the edges on short-term rentals with some of the things that we've been dealing with. And until we say this is where we want to accommodate and this is where we don't, I think we're going to be pushing it down the road. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for that. Sean, you got that note. I see you writing this. Great question. We have to talk about that in the land management ordinance, district planning. Gullah Geechee Task Force work plan. We've been focusing on some top recommendations. Sorry, I can't read it. Remaining recommendations are being addressed through district planning, continued improvement of our resources, and then collaborating with the community. So 15 of the top 16 have been addressed or implemented. 4 allow more flexibility for landowners. Staff has formed a referral relationship with the Heritage Library. Several recommendations are being addressed through the town's ongoing district planning and land management amendment initiatives. We are working on a public education and outreach efforts and have been involved with several workshops in historic neighborhoods. I know that Center for Heirs Property Preservation and Beaufort County Treasurer as 2 examples. And then we are working to really bring to life the production of the cultural education program for town employees and officials. The framework of that is in place, and the anticipated launch date of that is later in 2023. So, am I missing anything right now for that? Okay. I'll also say, too, that as we go live with our Community Development Corporation, our Gullah Geechee Historic Neighborhoods Community Development Corporation, the alignment here helps a lot as well. Facilitating the relocation of the historic St. James Baptist Church to mitigate any impacts caused from the airport ops and expansion, as well as safety concerns. We said we'd work cooperatively with St. James and Beaufort County, and that we would submit an agreed upon relocation plan for consideration by the Federal Aviation Administration, the FAA. And that submission is in the works. We've been working left, right, and center, sometimes one step back, one step forward, 2 steps back, 1 step forward on this. But I think that as of late, there is a good plan in place to work with St. James Church, definitely in conjunction and in concert with Beaufort County, and Jared Frelich's point on this, and Zenos is our point on this. Zeno, you're passionate about this project, and you're making a difference here, so I appreciate it. Couple updates today. Beaufort County has desired, though, that they be the lead entity in working on this project. I'd say that Jared Frelich, he and I talked twice this past week, and that we have a revised plan in place to bring this project forward to FAA. On June 29th, Beaufort County conducted a meeting of a newly formed task force, reps of Beaufort County Council, St. James, mayor, council members, I believe Mr. Brown, Mr. Stanford, Senator Davis, and other local stakeholders. The results of the meeting were that Beaufort County was going to set up a meeting with the FAA to define conditions that are agreeable like for like, right? So the big detail here is that, at least according to the project expectation right now, that it's a like for like, that the project that's moving is a similar project as it establishes compared to where it currently sits. What an important, though, project we're working on, and we've got to be careful with it. Staff anticipates that we move forward with Beaufort County to allow and help, not allow, but to help St. James put an owner's representative consultant on the project in the coming weeks. On July 6th, Senator Davis sent a letter to the U.S. DOT and other FAA officials requesting their support of the project. And Senator Davis also let us know that the state, with his leadership, secured funding in the amount of $750,000 as a starting point, or perhaps an add to this project coming to life and to fruition. We talked in the last strategy, implement beach park enhancements. A little bit of detail. I think that we're managing beaches today a little differently on a day-to-day, and we're trying to get better all the time. So with that being said, we've added seasonal beach techs and beach ambassadors focusing on customer service, consumer service, general maintenance within the parks. There were 36 beach weddings in June and 27 in July. How about that? I didn't know the number was that high until I looked at this. Collectively, we're working on the rollout of the new beach parking management system with our group that we hired to put that program in place. I mentioned that earlier. There's 293 trash cans on the beach. Trash collection and beach debris is high, and we're working with our partners. We have a couple different contracts. One's with Shore Beach, another with Spartina. but a total of 104 tons of trash removed from the beach in June and 154 in July. Some of that, 338 chairs, 351 toys, and a whole bunch of other elements. I was at the beach this weekend with my family. I was walking by a group, and it was great. There was the bin at Sea Pines, and there were folks leaving, and they were putting their chair in the bin. They were putting their paddles in the bin. They were putting their buckets in the bin, and they're looking at the bin saying, oh my goodness, we can use this next time instead of buying it all and coming back to the beach. So I'll tell you a big shout out to Angie for pushing a lot of the programs, but also a big thank you to those partners in place, because we didn't do that ourselves. And so it's working, I would say. Beach wheelchairs. We rented 22 wheelchairs in May, 94 in June, 151 in July. And so I think the program's growing, it's working well, and the Palmetto Breeze trolley is running. Here's some data on the trolley. It's been running as planned. June ridership was 936, so kind of a low number for the month of June, but then 861 riders over the July 4th weekend, and riders in July were 3,364. Our Beach Ambassador program, I believe, is in its third year. It's working well. Some of the ambassadors are providing those surveys as we talked about. We surveyed 1,518 people. Local zip codes accounted for 13%. 25% came for the day, and 74% stayed overnight, and about 4 people per party. We're working closely with Sea Turtle Patrol. 339 turtle nest sites. Turtle Patrol and turtle trackers are in full swing. And we're doing everything we can to support them. It's a good balance. We're not trying to do their work for them, because that's their work, that's their passion, but we're there to support them, and we're there to enforce as we need to through the public safety group. In Shore Beach, probably should have them first, because they are incredible at what they're doing. They responded to reports of 366 missing persons this season, and a whole bunch of other data on that page. Stingrays, jellyfish, and whatnot. So we're doing our best to support them as we need to.
I'm glad to see we are conducting these surveys through the Beach Ambassador. And it's my first time really, I guess, seeing this, where we've got sort of 3/4 of our respondents saying that they stay overnight, and about 1/4 of them saying that they're here for the day. And I'm not suggesting or arguing that a day tripper is good or bad for our community at the moment, but I know that day trippers get a bad rap.
Yeah.
So I'm curious to know if there's a way to expand this so we can understand a little bit better the true contribution of day trippers, because some businesses will say that they welcome, and then you have residents that say, no way. So for us, as we continue to plan for our future, I think understanding, what that ratio looks like is important, but where do we want to end up based on the true contribution, I think is important for us as well.
Okay, I'll give it some thought on how to do that, to really dive in. Okay. Thank you. So that's a top 15, and I'm going to get through the rest right now if you'd let me. So pursuit of excellence. So what we've done is we've taken all the top 15 and we've grouped them together, but we were mindful to say the focus area, whether it be a pursuit of excellence or inclusive, right, as I laid that out for you to begin with. And so the rest, not to really get in the details today, but I think it's good to remind us, implementing cultural fair strat plan, celebrating our 360th anniversary, our 40th anniversary of municipal incorporation. I know that the chief's working on a new fire rescue strat plan and did a great job getting word out into the community for some feedback. We are soon to bring forward a human resources strategic plan. On this month's agenda, we will have an IT really a technology and innovation strategic plan. Measure and communicate return on public investment, perhaps more of a reporting mechanism in our annual report than anything. Improving admin and support processes for boards, commissions, committees. I think with Kim here and Zendaya's help, we will continue to get better in that arena. Research trends, best-in-class delivery of municipal services. And I'm not going to get into all of them, but you can see that we have a lot of other work on the table that we're working on and can show great results on that benefit our community, in addition to just those 15. From an environmental sustainability standpoint, we heard some public comment today, but work with PSDs on long-term capital projects. I know, Pete, you're here. Thank you for being here, spending most of your day with us. It's great. But supporting our PSDs and a lot of their work, I know that that's been on your agendas a couple times over the last several months. Establishing national leadership credibility in environmental sustainability and resource protection. Assessing and implementing environmental friendly landscape and grounds maintenance best practices. Hosting and sponsoring a resilience symposium. Establishing a sustainable environmental practices social media campaign, along with some work in 2024, which is about town-owned property management, asset management, and utilization, and then continuing to work on our Audubon International Sustainable Community Recertification. One thing that we've done in our work together recently is we've moved some folks around so that we can start working on work that isn't as diverse, right? A little bit of everything is kind of going to one person. I've moved some things around on the org chart to create some space for a full-time employee, and I'm not quite 100% where the title of the position yet is, but a chief environmental officer is something that I believe we need, right? When we work on a resilience plan, a SWOT analysis of solid waste and recycling, we want to be national leaders in resource and environmental protection, when we really need to have a environmentally friendly landscape and grounds maintenance program. That's not a beach tech or a facilities tech or a director of a department incrementally working on that work. So I think it's really important that we put a position on the table, recruit somebody that knows what they're doing, that's seen it before, done it before, and can help us with that work. So I'm excited to get through some of this work, but I assure you that we're working on a lot of it. We'll bring forward as an example these landscape and grounds maintenance best practices for discussion through committee in the next 60 days. So, sir.
May I add? I'm enthusiastically supportive of what you just said about that position, because if this island is going to protect its reputation regarding the environment, environmental stewardship, sustainability, resilience, turtles, recycling, we need somebody who wakes up in the morning and says, what do I have to accomplish today to protect that brand? Thank you.
And David, it also goes to, in my opinion, it goes to local, county, state, federal policies that come into play regarding the environment. So it's a more of a content aggregator position in that regards, but it also reminds me a little bit of Sally Krebs back in the day, protecting our trees. So.
Yes, and I'm going to wholeheartedly second Mr. Ames' comments. I remember, I think David said this previously, and that is, we're environmental light. And as I said in January, we need to be environmental strong. So yes.
Sally was my first boss. I was I'm a bow. I paid attention, I'll tell you that.
How many times did she cut you down?
Never. Never. Sally was one of the greatest supervisors, bosses that I've ever had, and I always think that had I not had Sally's leadership on a day-to-day and an influence on my career, I probably wouldn't think the way a lot of what I do. So I doubt she's watching this, but if someone could tell her hello, that would be great. Revitalizing our economy, establishing an economic development strategy. We're talking about a few different economic development opportunities right now. Those take time. Those also take us setting the conditions to be really open for business. But we also have to be very mindful of where we're trying to grow in that realm. We will address food truck ordinances in our LMO update and a SWOT analysis of high-speed fiber. What else should we talk about in here? Establish a public institutional partnership to support arts and culture, a HUD annual entitlement program, which we work on, a community engagement survey, implementing the Mitchellville Master Plan, really assisting, incorporating public arts and culture into parks, developing in 2024 a landmark protection program. And then really, we talked a little bit about this, assess revisions of the Beaufort County impact fees, which we've worked on and have adopted, establishing recurring joint meetings with Beaufort County Council and Hilton Head Council. We've tried. I think that the work the staff's doing with the staff is paying dividends. The fact that we have been successful to ask for and receive the $3.1 million of traffic impact fees to pay for the adaptive signals is a testament to that. Let's give ourselves 30, 60, 90 days to see how far we can get to an advanced St. James. So there's some work starting to happen there, and I'm excited about it. Evaluate access between the greater region and Hilton Head through multimodal transportation. Again, that's a 24. And for clarity, we aren't trying to start anything in 24 until we're complete those items in 23. Acquiring Main Street is a priority. Adopting a community addressing ordinance is a priority. Assisting with Ford Shellring. Implementing the Parks Rec Master Plan and develop a Parks Rec marketing plan are priorities. So I'm going to read my quote again because I thought I would remember it, but it was a good one, I think, where I said this morning, "A vision without a strategy remains an illusion, and a strategy without a process is a little more than a wish list." And so what Ms. Bryson alluded to earlier today, because we've talked a few times throughout the last bunch of months, how do we get there? What's every committee responsible for? And so the way we track all this isn't that I'm tracking the strategic plan every day, although we have a great website. Thank you to Josh and everybody else, but definitely Josh. We have a great dashboard. In my opinion, it's simple, it's clear, it's more or less an online Excel spreadsheet that is easy to update, and it clarifies the task at hand, right, the strategy, the project manager, the scope of work with a monthly update, and it clarifies what committee is responsible for the work, right? So one example is every month we have a standing committee item on Public Planning Committee with Mr. Ames that speaks to district plans and LMO. And so I think that's starting to pay some dividends because we know we can go work for 29 days and bring back what was asked for and what we were directed to do at the last meeting. And so I think that process, that system is starting to pay dividends. But when we try to get it all done at once is where I'm struggling a little bit trying to make sense of agenda timing. And so what I got away from is really trying to work with the mayor 6 months out what's on the council agenda and really focusing on what's on these committee agendas. 80% of what we're talking about here goes through committee. And there's 3 committees for the public, right? Finance, Administrative, Mr. Brown's chair. Public Planning Committee, Mr. Ames, and Ms. Becker, Community Service, Public Safety, CSPSC for short. And so behind the scenes, it's F&A, PPC, or CSPSC. So what we've done for today's work is started to line up the work we're trying to accomplish with the upcoming committee actions. So we know, and I'm not going to rehash all of this, but we know that the work to think through the bonding capacity, the installment purchase rev bonds is with F&A, Coastal Community Development Corp request, which we know about and we'll talk about, F&A, reassessment values, although I think that's going straight to council. We had planned it up here, but as of yesterday, it's going straight to council for the timing of it all as it relates to budget. RIA's MOU with Island Rec, MOU with USCB, a discussion of an MOU with Habitat, resolution approving the comms strat plan, which we'll bring forward, resolution approving the HR strat plan, ATAX advisory committee grants, and then a resolution with the marketing plan. And a lot more of the same for public planning, LMO, housing work, growth framework work, land use, whatnot, district plans, and then in the future, landmark protection, and more of the same but different topics with community service, public safety, beach parking, military enhancement. You talked about that the other day. Enhancements to the beach ordinance, standard operating hours for town parks, resolution adopting the environmental friendly landscape grounds practices, and so on and so forth. So what we're really doing is trying to line this up. And what you're noticing up here is not everything that gets on committee is straight out of the strat plan, right? A lot of stuff comes up. We get a request for something new and that comes up, a rezoning application. Those things, of course, can't be programmed out, but what we do a lot is work with each chair, and then I work with the mayor to line those up to bring forward on agendas. So it's really helped that you adopted the strategic plan on July 1. We are at it to get that dashboard in place, that open dialogue and that communication on our website. Andrew and I talked early on, well before he came on board, along with a lot of the other team, is how do we best communicate those top priorities more often than twice a year right here? Is there a way that we can, from a public relations and public communications standpoint, update on housing, update on growth, update on resilience, and not just it be some press release once in a while? So stay tuned for that. I'm excited to see some dividends be paid on how we communicate. But again, I think I started today and I said, I think communicating what we're doing, why we're doing it, when we're doing it is primary, and almost the work that we're doing has to be secondary. So did my best today to put all this in a presentation. We met our timeline, less 20 minutes. The rest of this today, public comment, discussion, and any work you want me to think through different than this, I'm here.
Okay, public comment. Kim, you've got a list of people that have signed up to speak already, and then I think we've had 3 of them speak this morning, if I'm not mistaken. Alicia Marabella? I don't see Mr. Wolf. Kelly's gone.
And Patricia Vandermeer?
Okay, well, seeing that none of those are here, would anybody like to speak? Yes, but you spoke earlier, but come on.
Just real quick, thanks so much. Melinda Tunner. I'll be interested in your measures of success. You spoke about it at the beginning. They would be looking at measures of success for your strategic plan and what those are beyond completion, time of project, and money. I'm glad you're looking at the DMO metrics. I think it's really important, so I'm happy to hear that. Just wanted to say there was a comment about our capital plan is based on what people are asking for. I just want them to know how much we're spending and how we're going to pay for it. You know, I look at it like if somebody asked me what I wanted when I want to build a house, I'd add a lot of stuff. And then when I'd see the price tag, I go, maybe I don't need this, maybe I don't need that. So that's all I want to say on that. And then also making sure that as you make decisions regarding these large projects such as parks, that we're just not focused on the next year's dollar amount, that we're looking at the whole pie. And so, for example, when I look at the 5-year plan for the Mid-Island track, you have $900,000 planned in 2024, but if you look at the 5 years, it's $18.9 million. And, you know, I could go on from there. I just want transparency so people know what it is that they're spending their money on. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Babel.
Thank you, Frank Babel. I'm still trying to figure out how to walk, if you're wondering. First of all, Mark, thank you for a great meal. And also,
great meeting. Sorry.
And also, Mark, thank you for not overwhelming everybody with a lot of bike stories.
Yeah.
So I'd like to just say that the town staff has done just a tremendous job in the last few years in building our system to where it is right now. I can remember in 2011 when we got the silver level bike friendly community and we were flying really high. And then we got just barely gold in 2015, and then 2019 we were solid gold. And now the next couple of weeks we're putting together the reapplication for gold again. So that's quite a big deal. And to have the League of American Bicyclists suggest that we should be the people who make the first application for platinum in the East Coast is quite an accomplishment. And so you say, what has really been accomplished through the years? I remember in 2011 we had 6 or 7 bike shops. We have 35 now. A lot of people are commuting by bike. It's a very successful, it's a great amenity, and it's bringing a lot of tourists here. But as I look at this, all this stuff that's happening, so thank you, town staff, for doing what you've done and supporting us. And we're about to go into a brand new era with all the things that are on the docket and the great team that's been put together with Mark and his people. I'm really excited about it. As you think about what we've seen today, though, let me just suggest the following. I mean, we spent virtually a day going through a lot of different things. And I count 7 of you elected officials, and I count like more than 100 of them. And so it's really easy to dig into the weeds, you folks, and to get involved with a lot of the stuff that's interesting to you. But I think as elected officials, it's really important that the focus be on policy and things that can't really be done by staff. Interacting maybe with the region, the state, and other things like that. Coming up with new ideas, thinking through environmental sustainability, all these things that require a lot of thinking and policy issues. I think it's really important to do that. All the stuff that has to be done here, if you get into each of these issues, you're not going to be able to do that. So I would encourage you strongly, and I have been in a lot of different companies that have done it this way and that way, and I think it's really important that you really think as you go forward, looking up and thinking about it as opposed to looking down and getting in the weeds. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
Perfect timing, Frank. Perfect timing. I thought it was a fire alarm where you have to leave. I wasn't sure. No, that's okay. Would anybody else like to speak? Okay. Seeing none, we will bring it back for general council discussion at this point in time. So, who's ready to speak? Mr. Alfred.
I wanted to alert everybody for a topic which I think is of significant importance. It's coming along. It's already been in our strategic plan that we adopted in January under the CIP, and that is the matter of an arts campus feasibility study. I've had some conversations with various members of the arts community who are very interested in seeing this matter go forward. The ability to come up with a plan is enhanced significantly by an enormous amount of work that was done a few years ago, as a number of you may remember. It's been suggested the best way to bring this forward will be part of the district plan for the area that includes Shelter Cove. So at some point later on this year, or early next year, when we get a district plan For Shelter Cove, there will be, I am hopeful, some elements in there that suggest how we might go about and implement a study of a potential arts center, arts campus in the Shelter Cove area. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Bryson?
Thank you, Mayor. When I was looking at plans for the workshop today, I looked back at the notebook and my notes from our January workshop. Also looked at the list of decision standards that I'd put together when I want to make decisions when I'm asked to as a member of town council. And so based on that, I prepared a list. And it's a brief list, Mayor. So first of all, in looking at 15 strategies and all the different action plans on them, it's too much to bite off. I think we ought to establish priorities. I remember when the Planning Commission recommended to us how to rank the CIP projects. They're all ranked number 1. I hope we'll do better than that. I looked at the additional strategies, the last pieces, except for the committee outline that the town manager mentioned. I counted 40 additional ones. 32 for 2023 and 8 for 2024. And I thought, I can't even decide which of those I would put in a priority list. The other thing is to think about what to separate with regard to what town council is to do with regard to policies and any particular actions we're supposed to take versus operational, which the staff carries out. So if I look at all those things, I came up with my priority list. And I compared it to the priority list I made in January and then also the decision standards. So, and the last thing I'll mention before I get to my list is that I'm really heartened, as the town manager knows, to see the committee list, because I've been asking since January, what are our committees supposed to be doing? Because we have a strat plan, and how do we fit that into the annual plan? Yes, I am a planner. Just ask my husband, what's our plan? Looking at decision standards, and I don't have these in a particular order, ranking order, but these are the 5 standards I use in making decisions. Number 1, does it improve the safety of residents, workforce, and visitors? Number 2, does it respect and protect our natural environment? Number 3, does it make us good stewards of all our resources? Number 4, does it help with quality of life for all inhabitants? Number 5, does it respect for and protect our heritage, especially the property and culture of Native Islanders? And again, those are not my 1 through 5 list. Those are all 5 I consider. So in looking at the 15 strategies, these are the ones that I would pick out. I've already said that growth management and workforce housing are my number 1s. Including my decision standard about safety, I would put together safety for pedestrians and bicyclists together as my 3rd priority. And the strategies that come underneath that are our corridor project work, as well as the SCDOT Gateway project, those 2 together. The 4th one, and these last 3 don't have particular ranking. They're kind of equal, although I just said we should do some ranking. I'm trying to pick out the key ones out of 15 plus maybe 40. The other 2 are resilience plan, because unless and until we can determine a way to protect this island from storm surges and flooding, then all the rest will be, forgive me, washed away. And the other one that I would focus on is beach management, because that does protect the rest of our island, how we manage our beaches and how we manage the flow of life on and off the island. So those are my 5: growth management, workforce housing, safety, which morphs into the corridor plan, our major corridor thoroughfare plan, and also the SCDOT corridor project plan, resilience plan, and beach management. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Stanford.
Thank you. This process is very meaningful to me and to this entire council, and I hope to the public as well, in that we are laying out various priorities that we have and then breaking them down into strategies and further into tactics. This didn't occur when I was first on council, and it was more haphazard. This is planning, and we can check something off of the list now when it's accomplished. And so that is very meaningful in terms of the many things that are before this council on a day-to-day and year-to-year basis. In terms of particular comments that I would make about today, I agree that growth management and the district planning are vitally important. I'm concerned, though, about how we in fact implement that, particularly with regard to zoning changes. I'm concerned about legal liabilities associated with zoning changes, and so we need to have advice and tools for dealing with this. If we, for example, were to change R1 zoning, which is now an escalator zoning, if you have more than 5 acres, change it back to where it only means 4 units per the acre period, is that a down zoning? I don't know. It is something that I'm concerned about moving this thing forward. Entirely separately, healthcare is a vital concern for us. It's a private enterprise undertaking. It's not a council undertaking, but I'm very troubled by the problems at our hospital. They do not have adequate nurses. We all know that this is at least somewhat, if not entirely, associated with the fact that nurses cannot afford to live on the island. Maybe it has to do with competition, but I would like for us to find a way to try to support the hospital to meet its needs, its staffing needs, if we possibly can, acknowledging that it is not our true responsibility, except that we are stewards for the well-being of the entire community. Then finally, I am very troubled about solid waste. I recognize that this is one of the priorities that we've got here, but associated with solid waste, we have the curious situation of there's only one move-in day for the tourists. We need to find a way to encourage various developments to adopt different move-in days to release and relieve a lot of the traffic here. I don't have a solution to this one either, but it's a concern in my mind. So thank you, Mark. Thank you to our wonderful staff for a great presentation and giving us interesting challenges to move forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Glenn. Ms. Becker.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mark, for your presentation and for the staff's work with you, putting it together. Again, thank you for all of those who came out, who participated, who listened carefully, and we value that participation and look forward to any comments you may have later about this or anything. In terms of where we are, what we've been doing, what's before us to think about for the future, it's a lot. It's a lot to ask of staff to do. And if we want to do things right, we need to make sure that our plates aren't overspilling. And so with respect to the town manager and his staff, I certainly don't want to make everything a one as a priority, as Patsy mentioned. I do think that we're on the right track. I think the things that have been laid out today as in the beginning of the presentation with regard to our land management ordinance, our future, as we use and set priorities for business and housing and the rest, should remain exactly where it is. And when we talk about housing, I've mentioned already that we have to look beyond a particular AMI, that we have to look to allowing people to grow. And that means growing in their family, joining together, adding to their cumulative household worth, but still needing a first step onto the island, into housing, into our community, but also acknowledging that that raises their AMI. We also want to encourage and understand and acknowledge that we look for people to move up, right? You start at one level, you're making X amount of dollars, and hopefully within short order, you're making more than that. And I wouldn't want that then to mean that they have to move off the island to find something because we've limited ourselves to a particular AMI to be able to have that first, maybe second even step before they can buy and begin to live the American dream with home ownership and begin generational wealth for their families. So I'd like to make sure that we're not limiting that opportunity, because when we do, we trap people. We trap them in poverty. We trap them in a place where they can't grow their lives, or we trap them into a situation where they have to move off island, which, if anything, all of this discussion is designed to stop that from happening. So I think more thought, more care, more looking, and embracing those stages of life and growth are important for us to continue to consider in that discussion. Obviously, safety will always be a priority, so anything that we can do to enhance the safety and the character of our island, within the character of our island, we should absolutely be focused on as a priority. I appreciate and respect the fact that we have established a fire and rescue team that is above and beyond first class, whatever that is. They are the epitome of excellence. And I wanted to thank them publicly for the opportunity recently to sit in on a educational course on CPR and life-saving. It was easy. It was understandable, and I walked away feeling confident that in an emergency, I could do that skill. I would encourage all of our residents to maybe put together a small group and go through that 1 hour course so that you too would be prepared in an emergency while you're waiting for our excellent fire and rescue to get to you. You're not a substitute, but that first few minutes can make all the difference in the world. And so with that, I don't want to overburden you. I know that you have good work that you're doing and will continue to do, but if I had to give you what I think are most important, where we should be focused, those items I've mentioned are those.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I want to just take a moment, first of all, to thank Mr. Orlando and his staff for their continued efforts. I remember January, I made some comments around making sure that we support Mr. Orlando and being able to put the adequate amount of resources into finding staff to get the mountainous job done. So I commend you on your continuing and hiring and reorganizing so that we can get to a better place here. And I too agree that where we are as far as process and having a plan in front of us that we can go back and hold ourselves accountable is something that was missing before you arrived, Mr. Orlando. So I thank you for that. I guess the first thing I want to mention is that we collectively as a council represent over 30,000 people here on Hilton Head. And every meeting, we're asking Ms. Kim to read off the list of people who have signed up to speak. I'm not sure that we've ever seen all 30,000 plus. There is a large percentage of our community that are not necessarily engaged as some of us are. And we have to keep that in mind as we're making decisions along the way. Political will, I think, gets tricky sometimes because we respond to the ideas that are in front of us all the time, but there are others out there that we need to be considerate upon. And I think that's important for us to think through that as we're making our policy decisions. As I look at these 15 priorities, I'm understanding that some of them are a multi-year approach. The gateway discussion started many years ago. And I don't think it would be fair to Mr. Orlando to hold him accountable with an end date to that, because there are circumstances there that you can't necessarily control. We have to continue to work through that one. And at this point, we're not sure when the end date is going to be. We just have to be steadfast in making solid decisions along the way. There are others in here that I think require us measuring the success by implementation and them falling off of the list, okay? So I'm very interested as we press forward, as we get through the rest of this fiscal year, in saying, okay, this will be done, we won't talk about it next year, okay? I think that's, at least for me, a metric that I'm going to use as we pass forward here. So again, I want to thank you. I'm not going to spend a lot of time picking out 1 through 5, but I think at the end of the day, we need to be able to say that we have crossed something off the list and moving forward with getting out of the planning stage and into the implementation stage, okay, where it's truly affecting some change in our community. So those are my comments, Mr. Mayor. Appreciate the time and appreciate the public being involved in whatever capacity they can.
Thank you, Alex. Mr. Ames.
Thank you, Mayor. Certainly want to congratulate the staff and Mark. As I said earlier, I have a high level of confidence in the experience and the capability of staff, but almost more importantly, the excitement I have because of your commitment to doing the right job with all of us on board. I've been around here for a while. I sense a spirit in this staff that I haven't felt before. That means a lot to me, and I think it means a lot to the residents of this community. But there's another dimension to this community, and that's our businesses. And so when I look at 15 priorities, I ask the question, what are we communicating to our residents and to businesses about who we are? And I think the downside or the risk in having 15 priorities is that you go away saying, okay, who are they? What do they represent? What's most important to them? And that challenges us from an operational standpoint as well. So I go in the direction of saying, of those 15 priorities that are listed, what are the ones that would send the most potent message to our residents that we are on the right course and Hilton Head is going to be a better place in 5 years, in 10 years, in 15 years? And also, what of those 15 will raise the level of confidence in businesses that this is a place they want to invest even more dollars? I think when council doesn't force itself to have the tough debates about which are the structural elements that are going to have to be prioritized over a period of time, we are kicking that proverbial can down the road. I think it's important for council to have those difficult debates and decide what is the strongest message that we can send to our residents and to our businesses, that this is what we stand for and this is where we're going to invest our money. For me, I have 4. Growth and conservation, i.e. all of that planning work. Our residents, when they buy property, ought to know where we're headed, and our businesses need to know the same. Housing, we've spent a lot of time on that on the housing subject. It's very complicated. I've come to the conclusion that there's no way on this island that we can provide housing that's affordable to a large slice of our working force and to our young residents without a significant participation on the part of our town and public support. Thirdly, resilience. I agree with Ms. Bryson on that. Until we understand what our ultimate risks are, we're not doing our job. And then thirdly, CIP. CIP represents to me investment. And I feel very strongly that the reason Hilton Head Island gained the reputation that it did was that in the early years, the private developers were willing to invest significant amount of dollars for the programs and the facilities and the amenities that made this place so attractive to residents and visitors. So I think those are the 4: planning, housing, resilience, and investment. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you, David. Well, thank you for all your comments and feedback from the public and from council. I've got to start off with staff. HIPAA is not going to be violated here, but I do know that several staff members have reduced their medications in the past 6 months by being here, and within how we're operating and working together to create a better environment, not only to work, live, and play, but grow. I do want to call out 2 individuals specifically, and the first is Bob Bromage. Comments were made earlier regarding council receiving complaints and issues, and I have forwarded him both emails, text, and voicemails. And to say that they're not resolved within 24 hours is an understatement. And the truth of the complaints come out. It's very interesting when you investigate, you learn. So I want to thank you for that because that has gone from people on the beach, people in parks, people elsewhere, but it's really important to understand that not only are our residents being taken care of through your efforts, but also our guests. Andrew, I want to call you out, even though you haven't formally started yet. Over the past several weeks since the announcement has been released that you were joining us, I have had many conversations with many different leaders within our community, and there is not one that's not as super excited for our town and our town government to have the communication that's going to be coming through you. It is going to change how we operate. The transparency question that comes around often is getting amplified, and it is going to be a really great benefit to all of us in our community. So but the rest of you, I can't say enough. I mean, it is absolutely amazing. What is our purpose today? Our purpose is to determine a direction on where we tell Mark and staff to go. That's our job. Through policy, we've got to lay out, this is what is important to us, And this is where we think you need to be taking everything. Of the 15 items on the list, 7 are readily underway. 7 or 8. So, I asked the question, how can I tell you what to do? Because you know the capacity of your staff. And we all know that maintaining a work environment where you're not overburdened and you have time to yourself is most important. The value of return the next day is what we have to have. From an island standpoint, and what is most important to our community is pretty much the things that Mr. Ames and Mrs. Bryson have both just spoken about. As a priority, all of them are as equally as important. But the safety aspect, the economic and environment impact is what we are. So I look at it in that if I'm going through the list, growth management, that's been a real big issue for a long time. And it covers a lot of different areas. So in my mind, that is really one of the keys. And I also wonder if some of these other elements within the 15 need to be grouped together because they do go hand in hand. So growth management, well, that includes housing, right? So how we work together. And as we talk about district plans, how things fall into play. So, Mr. Ames, you said growth and conservation, housing, resilience, and CIP. Couldn't agree more. Reinvestment in your community is key. And not only reinvestment in your community, but also reinvestment in your LMO that is adapted to current day. Because it needs to mirror what the general public is looking for, but also what we want to be. Okay? So, Ms. Bryson, you said establish growth management, implement workforce housing framework. Couldn't agree more. Pedestrian bikes, smart streets, complete streets, absolutely part of the growth management and framework. The DOT goes into that as well. Resiliency, beach management. I mean, that's an ongoing thing that is going to be taken care of every year because it is so important to our future. Glenn, hospital medical care, you're right. It is of the utmost importance. There are some avenues that are being addressed on that right now. I won't go into detail because I'm not allowed to do that. But the future, I think, there is probably brighter than we realize. So I'm just going through a couple, Mark, to give you an idea of what I foresee will be coming through to committees and through on council. I know you need a direction from us. And we've got to make, as Mr. Ames said, we've got to have some serious debates as some things come out of committee and come to council to refine some of these and really pinpoint exactly what it is that we expect and help set those goals. So, but I got to, as a longtime Islander, I haven't felt better about this committee than I do now. And I congratulate all of y'all for getting us there. So it's really a great place to be. And I know that through all of our efforts, we will become even better. And we're going to face some challenges. We're going to have more open communication and discussions, but we're going to do what's right for the community. So I just want to congratulate all of y'all for that. So that's all I have to add at this point.
Thank you. Couple things for me. First and foremost, thanks for the feedback, and couldn't agree more with the folks sitting in the room with us. I think my job is really to stay connected and aligned with your collective wishes. I spend a lot of time making sure that the committee agendas are appropriate, that the policy coming forward is appropriate and to your expectation and mine. And then also growing this team, right? My job's not to work on the work, it's to work on supporting this team at this level of job. And so I am more proud of this group with me today than I've ever been. So next steps, right? So if I could suggest, you saw your committee lineup up there. I do know what Sean and Angie and Tommy and everybody else can figure out between August, which the agendas are already set, September, October, November, December-ish, because we always don't have a big agenda in December, right? But we have about 4 more months of agendas. That's 2, 4, 6, 7 council meetings, and it's about 12 committee meetings before the end of the year. So I suggest that we keep our heads down and work as much as we can on those priorities between now and December 31. We will have an annual report this year. You will have a communications plan that comes forward through committee, but also a big part of that is an annual report. January, we'll be back in this room. And because we now have a 2-year strategic plan, it's not going to be, well, let's take out the old one and start a new one, right? This is arguably our public sector business plan. And so we'll be back here in January to take a look at how far we got. And to Mr. Brown's point, I'm looking forward to crossing some things off. I can't cross them off until you recommend them, until you vote on them. Parks are a really good example, and I'm going to push on those agendas to bring those forward to you, but also we can't have that on the same agenda as a resilience plan, and the same agenda as road plans, and the same agenda as our land management ordinance, and the same agenda as housing, right? So, Mayor, I'll work with you on realistic agendas so that we're not trying to bring so much work forward that we're getting Cs and so much work forward that council doesn't have time and an appropriate meeting amount of time for you to really digest, think, and vote, right? So there's a lot of that. But then come January, let's come back together and see what we figured out and solved and what's still on the horizon. So between now and December, expect that, know that. Annual report in December, January timeframe, and then back in this room at our next day or day and a half, however you want to solve that, come January. So I appreciate your time more than I can say. Thank you to the community that arrived here. I'm doing my best job, and I'm still as proud and excited today as I was when I was first brought on board.
Well, you said the right thing about not overpowering council meetings. So instead of 7-hour meetings, we'll go to 6 hours and 45 minutes, say 15 minutes, which would be a beautiful thing for us. But no, thank you, and thank everybody for coming out. Thank you all for your time.